fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And Doug, you're not happy.
No, I can't see myself being much good to you after the Cardinals let that one get away. So why don't you guys take it and run with it, and I'll just kind of sit here and stew.
I like that.
I guess you guys can just bounce back from a loss like that. Not that easy for me, no, sir.
So what are you going to do between now and 11 o'clock?
Stew.
Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-fib go wild.
Martin, you're enamored when the texts come in right at the beginning of the program, such as Philip Seymour Doffman into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and he says, launch Helsley into the sun.
Oh, gosh.
A little extreme.
If you're going to cry about pitching more than one inning, then it better be the best inning of your life every damn time.
Oh. Life of a closer. You better get it done, otherwise.
Sent at 6:59.
Yeah, he wanted to
kind of wanted to beat the rush.
That's right.
Wanted to get in ahead of the pack. Get those words. Did not want to be ignored, Doug.
No, nor was he.
Like the 5 o'clock news starts at about 4:59.
I noticed that.
And then you notice the other
ahead.
stations are at 4:59, so then you start yours at 4:58.
Next thing you know.
And next thing you know, the
commercials
5 o'clock news starts at 4:30. Just keeps inching earlier.
What could have been one of the most dramatic wins of the season with Herrera's home run turned into a heartbreaking defeat as Ryan Helsley got the blown save, and that is why Philip Seymour Dorfman wants to launch him into the sun.
Gosh, it's hard to launch anything into the sun. It's just so darn far away.
Okay. So Doug's actually workshopping this.
In his last 5 outings, he's given up 2 hits in 4 of those. 2 hits and a run in each of his last 3 outings and only an inning of work. I don't know if he's been overworked or if he's just coming back to the pack or...
The Dodger one was pretty fluky.
Yeah,
the bag.
And they did win those games. This is the first one that they've lost that he's had a blown save on.
I think they're more deflating when you get the big swing, like Herrera both times. We get that go ahead, and you're like, wow, and the building's jumping because of that swing, and then you get the blown save on top of that. I will say that Herrera, he is clutch. When he goes deep, it seems to be late, puts him ahead.
It was all working out for my catcher theory.
Oh, yeah.
Wilson
6
Contreras,
catchers.
6 catchers. Wilson Contreras drove in that first run, and then up comes Herrera, clutch. More catchers, please.
Haven't seen Pozo in a while, have we?
I should have
So-
hit for Valade in the 9th. Pitiful 9th inning.
How can your 4th catcher be a pinch hitter for one of your outfielders?
I'd like that to be the title of the segment.
No, you can defensive switch. Switch
What
it
was
up.
that question again?
How can your 4th catcher be pinch hitting for one of your outfielders?
Yeah, well, you just
Can we get
defensive
some
switch
bats in here?
Defensive switch for somebody. Figure it out.
Yeah, Pozo put him in right.
Sure, whatever. All the catchers do
Yeah,
is
good.
hit. The only offense you got last night was from catchers.
Well, they've hit better than the outfielders, that's for sure.
Are you still counting Contreras as a catcher?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
just checking.
That's yes.
He's part of your catching on some.
Catch mob.
Cue the B-fib fats that coach from their lazy boy as they're eating their entire Casey's breakfast pizza this morning. That's from Gerard Chadwell, Doug. And he is not happy with what he senses is going to be coming in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Paranormal Paul is talking to Jake Reynolds about his vacation.
Oh. Well, you lost me when I heard breakfast pizza.
Is that similar to a breakfast hot dog, which was discussed yesterday on the show?
Do you eat that cold?
Breakfast pizza is a very real thing.
Do you eat it cold?
No.
What's on there? Eggs?
Yeah, what's on there, boy?
Bacon?
Usually in place of marinara is a sausage gravy.
Ooh, sausage gravies.
Usually a biscuit-like crust.
Is this
eggs
normally
and sausage.
served at a corner gas station typically?
There's some gas stations who specialize in
I mean,
it.
you're
but-
not making that at home, I'm guessing.
Well, my brother will make it at home sometimes.
Really?
Oh, he loves it.
But the guy at the gas station made it about 3 in the morning when it was slow in the store. He made it then, and it's been sitting out for 4 or
he's a
5
chef.
hours.
I wouldn't necessarily say I would venture to guess, and this is an assumption that that's not locally sourced. Might be sent to them.
Just zap.
Farm to table?
No,
Farm.
it's some farm, and then the
Factory to
journey,
convenience store.
and then you're eating it in your passenger seat.
Oh,
Do we have a catcher who can close? That's from Uncle Wally's Plastic Gear.
Kick
Jackson.
the tires on it.
I bet Mason Wynn could close. He throws 100 miles an hour.
Not a catcher, though. Jackson
Yeah,
insists
sorry.
that only catchers can close.
Or pitch
Acquire
hit.
more. Yeah, for
Jason
real.
Mott closed out the last Cardinal World Championship. What was he? Catcher.
Paul Skeens, former catcher.
Think about it.
Yep.
Okay.
You can try it out.
Boy, we've had the best closer in the National League here for about a year and a half. He lets one get away from him. People want him shot into the sun.
Correct. Yeah, Philip Seymour Dorfman.
31 straight conversions last year. Remember the streak?
That's
31 straight, which really defies the odds as a closer.
Tim, I'm driving to Oakmont. What would you like from the merch tent?
Oh.
That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. Lady Sonia's Teacup. That's nice, Doug. Would you like anything from the merch tent?
I guess a golf shirt.
Yeah. What's your
Do I
size,
have to pay
boy?
for it? Large.
Lady Sonia's Teacup.
I
It
wear
depends
a
on the
large
brand. I've noticed that there's some brands that are fitted large, I guess, because some have bulked up for the slaughter.
We got to make room for the gut.
The slaughter.
That's correct.
Is a summer slaughter upon us?
Summer slaughter is upon us. Yeah, Lady Sonia's teacup, Doug, and I'll take a golf shirt. I guess I'm a medium, but I don't know what brand. If you tell me the brand, then I can tell you. They make them fresh every hour at QT, Jackson, and they are delicious. That's from All Green AI.
Okay.
I think I was doing a pretty good job of defending the breakfast pizza. I don't personally like it, but there's plenty of people who do. I'm
not sure I've ever had a pizza for breakfast. Ever.
Did you have that Thanksgiving pizza in Nashville? You thought it was delightful.
God, yeah. Oh, it was hideous. It had mashed potatoes on the pizza.
Soppins on soppins.
You ordered it. Why would you think that would be good?
Well, it was just they had a special on it. Okay. The girl said, yeah, it's great. Everybody's getting it. Okay, by golly, I'll have the Thanksgiving pizza.
Did it weigh a pound of mashed potatoes on the pie?
No, I chomped into it. I said, what's that soft stuff? Is there pudding on there? No, it's mashed potatoes.
Puddings is goodens.
There was no turkey.
There's no turkey on Thanksgiving
I didn't
pizza?
see any turkey.
Oh, you got jobbed.
Yeah.
There was some sweet potatoes on there and some mashed potatoes. Oh, it was horrendous.
Well, the whole idea is horrendous.
Hurt my feelings. But I bought it.
Casey's breakfast pizza is the truth. That's from the Gene Steck-Schulte Wicked Slide piece.
I'm telling you, people love it.
Well, they don't like Ryan Helsley this morning. Little Jackie Papers has assembled audio from last night's festivities. Papers, what do you have?
I got Ryan Helsley discussing his the third blown save in a week.
I mean, I felt great. I felt like I've attacked guys well. Credit to Class A. He put a good swing on a good fastball there and obviously tied the game up. But I feel good where I'm at, honestly. I'll try to think too much about it. Just try to, pick back up tomorrow and try to help the team win. I felt good the last few weeks. I haven't had great results, but, sometimes baseball just happens and just try to keep working and, stay out there and stay after it.
Base hit.
Yeah, a little knock.
Well, he is still getting the strikeouts. Yeah. 2 last night, 3 in his previous outing. He's still striking people out.
Well, the guy who hit that home run last night is a good ball player.
Hell, they's on scholarship, too.
They are on a scholarship in Canada.
Big hitter. Yeah, 1 home run in his career.
No, Papers, not you going sarcastic, not you. You're above that.
I was surprised when you said that about the hitter. I'm like, where's this going? And you walked into your
9-hole hitter. 9-hole hitter. You put right down Main Street.
Center cut, they call it.
415 feet. The guy has put 2 barrels on the ball all season. Can't happen.
So you went Helsley shot into the sun? He booked. He was on the spring training show with us, and now we got to send him to the sun?
No, this is the third blown save in the week, but the first 2, especially the second one, was really fluky. I don't blame him, but that one was bad. It was great teams win that ball game. Good teams win that ball game.
Well, when the Cardinals bounce back like that, we say, boy, this team doesn't give up. They just keep plowing away, even beat their best closer. But when the Cardinals blow one like that, we blame the closer.
It's not blame. It's just
you're frustrated.
It was a big opportunity to get a W. And
here's Jackson. I'm more of a macro guy.
Sure.
Doug, are you a macro or are you a micro?
Well, I try to be macro.
If Ryan Helsley had been dealing like he had for most of last season, if not damn near all of last season, I think it's a different conversation. But because this had been trending this way, albeit, and I think you're right on target, kind sir, to point out that the Dodgers' blown save was super fluky, this has been trending. So certainly not as traumatic as the Blues and the Jets in the 1.6 seconds with the Blues' problems with 6 on 5, but that had been trending. This had been trending. And so if you want to isolate it into last night, it's super disappointing considering the emotional momentum you had coming off that 8th inning 3-run home run and then to lose it in extra innings. Very frustrating. But the last week, he's been trending. And then if you want to take a bigger picture look at it, his stock, if you want to look at it from the sell standpoint, would not necessarily be at a high right now. It is going in the opposite direction, and that isn't because of last night. It's because of what is a, relatively speaking, recent trend. So that's the source of my frustration.
Has to be a terrible feeling to see your teammates go out and battle like that, and then they bring you in to shut it down and close it, and you don't get the job done. It has to be just a horrible feeling for a closer.
Similar like a cornerback in the NFL, you know. You don't get a ton of praise when you do your job right, but when you mess up, it's all on you.
Or you make a bad error that lets in the winning run, something like that.
Izzy is the all-time the saves leader, right? All-time saves leader?
Yeah, for the Cardinals.
For a career. But towards the end, I remember it got kind of ugly, getting booed off the field. And then after he's retired, he comes into the Two Fox for a morning show hit, some charity that he's promoting. And one of the editors grabbed a tape, and we had done a tape at some point when he had struggled. So he's sitting on the set, and the tape that's playing is just bombs going on.
Oh, gosh.
Because we at some point in his career, we had to talk about how he had struggled. They just grabbed an Isringhausen tape, and he's on the set, and the video is just him getting shelled. And this is the all-time saves leader for the franchise. So, yes, it happens. I think, to your point, Doug, you got to have the personality that, like, Isringhausen has, Helsley, I believe, has, that you can deal with it without just being crushed mentally. But I think base runners is the issue. Even in May, he was putting a lot of guys on. He had 11 hits in 11 innings in May. So far in June, 6 hits in 3 innings. It's just too much. We call it traffic, Jackson. A little too much traffic out there.
Call it traffic.
Too many guys.
Scott Wrinkled Ballsack, whose wife is a candidate for the Real Housewives of TMA, says the following: that fastball was dead center of the strike zone, straight as an arrow. That was not a, quote, good fastball. Ollie, please change the way you manage an extra innings. It isn't working. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. Victor Scott was the runner at second base for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, Newtbar struck out. Couldn't get him over. That hurt.
He's looked rough the past couple games.
I thought Donovan had something. He hit the ball right on the nose.
Boy, did he ever.
Center fielder ran it down.
Wynn hit it hard, too.
Can't stop Kirk, though.
I don't know that you could put that one on Ollie at all.
Wow, you want to fight with Scott Wrinkled Ballsack.
They got the lead. They brought in their closer. What else is he supposed to do? At the top of the lineup, coming up the next inning, they couldn't do anything. What else you do as a manager?
Why do you hate Sports Talk Radio?
They even have Victor Scott didn't really even have an opportunity to steal third.
No, you don't want to lose that runner stealing third.
Ollie's quote, I believe, after the game was, "Baseball sucks."
I actually have that.
Take a listen. Why don't you, Doug?
No, rats. Hold on.
Rats.
Here you go.
Starts.
Double rats.
Okay. All right.
no.
Okay, he's got it.
Here you go.
Baseball sucks at times, and that's a little bit of this because you look at the randomness. Like, I hope we can agree that this game has some randomness to it. You're looking at some singles getting through that led to runs last time, a ball hitting the bag with Ohtani. Like today, the kid took a really nice swing. You fall behind the 9-hole hitter, you ain't going to give in and try to get to the top. He's on the fastball. He doesn't miss it, right? Like it's falling behind that hitter that costs you that swing. But when you look at the other ones, there's some randomness to that where you look at what the ball's doing and you feel pretty good about Hells being able to do what he normally does.
Another base hit.
Yeah, base knock.
Well, it does suck. He just...
Baseball sucks. New slogan.
Threw the ball in the middle of the plate. I'm sure he wished it had gone 8 inches farther to the left, but it didn't. And the other guy's a major leaguer too and hammered it.
Would you say you put it right down the middle and let him hit it out of the park to tie the game? Yeah, I'd put it right down the middle and let him hit it out of the park to tie the game.
So isolating in on that one pitch mistake, they're going to happen. The issue is there's been a trend. And from that standpoint, it's a concern for the Cardinals in the short term. And if you're looking at the possibility of them looking down the road in the next 50 days to trade him, his stock is going down as we speak. And that is based on more than just one pitch last night to the 9-hitter. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, where you are welcome to call in and vent or just talk about anything for that matter. 314-974-0101. Doug, it says Triple B and Pestis are holding. It's a Sadie Hawkins at the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Baldwin beer.
We have not heard from the Baldwin Beer Bitch in ages.
Okay, well, let's see what she has to say. Good morning, Baldwin Beer Bitch. You're on with Jackson Burkett.
Baldwin.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
No, we're fine. You?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Doug's yelling at people.
Okay, I'm battling through some traffic on 270. So
Okay.
sorry.
All right.
Hey, Doug, why weren't you at Orange Theory last night? I was looking forward to getting the station next to you, but I didn't see you.
At Orange Theory?
Is that where you go?
I've never been to Orange Theory.
Yeah, you're there with your Argyle workout clothes. That's what Kevin Miller says.
Oh, well, that's usually after hours when there's not a lot of people there, but...
Look at me, I work out.
Okay.
Is that where you go, Orange Theory?
Yeah, I do. I haven't seen Derek, though. I'm still looking for him.
Tim, where's Derek been?
Well, Derek cucked one of our listeners, Butch Patrick's werewolf doll, who now lives in the basement while Derek has moved in and his children are now calling him Dad.
Daddy.
Yeah, so it's been an unfortunate turn of events for one of our listeners, cucked by Derek from Orange Theory. Doug, is that the Ladue location where Derek?
I would assume right there by Schnucks.
Yeah.
Clayton and Lindbergh.
Yeah.
Poor Butch Patrick's werewolf doll.
All right. Hey, boys, I'm going to try to get through my list. I know the listeners don't like to hear women, so let me get through
3, 2, 1, and text.
Just mental, mental list here. So Roman numeral 1. Doug, did you think Madrid was in Portugal last week?
No, Madrid is in Spain.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up because there was some geography confusion there. But thank you guys for reading my text from my burner. I really appreciate it. I don't know. These listeners complain on Reddit about not getting their text read, but I have text read on 2 phones, so I don't know what's going on there. So.
Okay.
But,
This thing with Portugal bothered you a little bit to call in a week later.
Well, I thought that you thought Madrid was in Portugal, and I just wanted to have a nice discussion with you on the air about geography. But
No.
I'm glad we're in the clear now.
No,
So.
yeah. I'm aware that Madrid is in
But, hey,
Spain.
Okay, that's good. The main thing I wanted to talk about was, so I was in I'm a poor, I don't have a private pool. I was in a community pool on Sunday.
Ugh, okay.
And what are your guys' thoughts on, there was a hairier, larger gentleman holding a bag of Dots pretzels. He was in the middle of the pool, waist high, just dining on Dots pretzels in the middle of the community pool. What do you guys think about that?
Where was the lifeguard telling him to get out?
Oh, they're like 16 years old. They don't do anything.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do.
Jackson, you're kind of the etiquette king on the show. What do you think?
Yeah, as a Ladue guy, he is the etiquette king. Jackson, what is your ruling?
Jackson,
Although I know you would never be at a community pool.
Etiquette of the public pool. But that's a no-go. That's gross. You should not be dining in a public pool. You should not be putting your pruny, wet hands into a bag of pretzels. That's also vile. And that person should have been reprimanded.
Is it gross because the pretzel stoppings are getting in the pool, or is it gross because the chlorine's touching the pretzels and you're ingesting it or both?
Tim, what do you say? Both of them?
Yeah, I would say both of them on this one. I mean, the salt is so sweet, but to get all that boy hair on your pretzels, I don't know, Doug.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for this gentleman. If this is a habit, I'll have to figure out what's going on here. But yeah, I had never seen that. People don't usually dine in the pool.
Yeah.
So.
No YOLO, but those Dots pretzels are pretty good.
That is kind of Yola.
Yeah, but white YOLO.
Maybe Harry Pretzel Pool Boy can call her.
Yeah, there you go. And then last thing here, really. So I heard that I was PLTDing. I heard that caller Ellen texted in and kind of gave up the throne to Sharon and Clayton. And I just don't really like that attitude of giving up. So caller Ellen, no pressure, but I really think you should think about that because I think caller Ellen really should be the alpha. Of the Real
Wow, how about
Housewives.
that?
Okay. Would you like to be a member of the Real Housewives of TMA?
I don't think I can be a member. I'm not a housewife. I have to work, but maybe, I could show up with the lipstick laugh and that cute girl from the YouTube chat. The three of us could kind of be like the younger generation.
Okay.
We kind of show up and like stir the pot with Sharon and, some of the other
Oh,
older
the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Sure. That would
Yeah,
work.
exactly.
It's okay if you have a
Yeah,
job.
definitely her.
You'd be
Yeah.
about the only
Okay,
listener
well,
that has one.
I hate to say it, BBB, but somebody just simply said, go drown. That's terrible.
Hey.
It's just terrible.
Wow.
Terrible.
I mean, I don't know how to swim, so that's likely. But hey, anyway, Tim, what's that little jingle you sing? Don't give up.
Oh, take a listen to this, Doug. Watch.
Okay.
Don't give up. You still have friends.
Kate Bush.
Kate Bush.
Hanging with
Really?
Pete Gabriel.
Wow, we're not worthy of hearing that, Tim.
Okay,
that
stop
off.
it.
Oh.
Ball one.
Drops of the week.
All right. Well, on that note, I hope caller Ellen is remotivated to maintain her crown, and that's all I got. So I'm gonna go, run in the middle of 270 North or something now. But have a good one, boys.
Be a good idea, Triple B. Thank you.
Baldwin Beer Bitch, Doug. She had a list of things she wanted to tend to. She didn't outline them with Roman numerals. That was a little irritating, but other than that, I enjoyed the call.
Yeah, we like all our callers.
I remember the Spain text, and it did lead to some confusion. I think Jackson might have said Portugal. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
No shot.
No shot. Okay. I know you can draw the United States of America. You can draw it by hand.
Yes, I've actually witnessed him do that. I think in a sales meeting, too.
Yeah, it was like a
doodling.
No, it was like an introduction thing. It was like 2 truths and a lie kind of thing. And one of my truths was, that I can draw the map from hand. Yep, from memory, I should say, by hand.
Did Kowski say, all right, everybody, grab pen and paper. Who can be the first to draw? You just started doing it?
Yeah, they asked to see it, and I did it.
But there was some confusion. And then Tim, the text line didn't seem to be on board.
No, that's standard. Yeah. But I will say this, caller Ellen, who kind of a groundswell of support for her to return as the queen of TMA, as it appeared Sharon and Clayton was going to be. And caller Ellen simply wrote in, thanks, bitch. And Doug, it's wonderful to see the renaissance for caller Ellen, who texted me last week to let me know that she is now a James Carlton client.
Oh, really?
And she said, I can't believe it. He saved me $1,000 just by making the switch. That's what he can do. That's caller Ellen, who got the endorsement from Triple B. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton's been my insurance agent for more than 6 years. We recommend he become yours as well. His offices are in Webster Groves. He can save you money, especially if you have children on your insurance who are under the age of 25 and driving. That is where James has saved a lot of TMA listeners a lot of money over the years. The customer service, the best. The staff is huge, and he has a big staff because he wants to make sure that everybody's needs are tended to immediately. That's the specialty. That's why there's second to none with James Carlton. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Cardinal concerns, Ryan Helsley being shot to the moon, not liking Ali Marmol's 10th inning managerial strategy. Doug, we've got it all this morning here on TMA. You can call in to express your grievances. If you have a list of questions, we'll take those as well. 314-974-0101. You can also email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Here we are on June 10th, and according to the email of the day standings, not one person has more than one win. So we have a diversified leaderboard at this point. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Patrick at Immaculata, Kitty Bates, the name of Jackson's cat. That's called Taxes, Doug, and John Scores. They're all in there talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. Plus, you'll see how cute we are. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. put it in perspective for you?
Well, what needs to be put into perspective?
Well,
Maybe they should play this going to the bottom of the 10th.
Instead of
Just blasting and push.
don't give up.
This ball club was 3 outs away from perhaps just 48 hours after what I thought was the best win of the season. The best win of the season again, and being 37-29. The Cubs lost. The Brewers lost. And the morning feels a little bit different in the St. Louis metropolitan area. But alas, Ryan Helsley gives up the home run in the top of the 9th, and we now play Kate Bush and Peter Gabriel to inspire the listeners.
Well, you know what we will do? We will pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, and we will go get them tonight. We'll put that one behind us. That's what they'll do. That's what they'll have to do.
Lots of runway for that last caller and 0 drops. That's from the JCPenney chat support in the Michelob Ultra YouTube show.
Gosh.
Well, if you want the behind the curtain for a moment, I was going to play. Play some drops during it. I was going to play this one, especially.
Play a little bitch.
When she came on.
Okay.
Didn't find an opportunity. Then she asked me a question, so I was unable to play a drop. This just didn't work out.
Oh, okay.
There you go,
So-
JCPenney chat support. I hope that satisfies you.
A number of the texters are asking her to make them a sandwich. Doesn't seem fair.
No, just not.
That they get eat in the pool.
Ugh.
Cardinals 1-5 in extra innings. The Red Sox have played 12 extra inning
Holy
games.
crap.
4 and 8 in extra innings. The Rangers have played 0 extra inning games. In case you were wondering.
No, I am wondering. It's a nice little countdown.
Phillies have played 9. They've won 5 of those.
You're welcome to get involved. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call into the program, like the Ball and Beer, which did in the first segment of the program. Doug Pestis is on the line.
Okay, good.
And you're also welcome to text in Air Comfort Service 314-399-9646. And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can watch the program. Jackson, how is the lighting today? So many complaints yesterday. So many complaints regarding my lighting. And I think we had somebody call in and break down why I was not lit properly, and it had something to do with the sunlight
Yeah.
or my left shoulder.
Sure. I think you look better today. I think you always look great. But the lighting's certainly better. You also often wear a ball cap, and your style of wearing a ball cap's a little lower, so that will cast a slight shadow.
Doug, is that a
over the
House
eye.
of Pain thing from the early
I don't know.
1990s, kind of a tribute to my Mick heritage, even though I'm in my late 40s?
I always thought it was a poker thing. Try to keep.
Yeah, I suppose that could be, but I've been wearing the hat down low well before I was playing in the World Series of Poker.
Gotcha. So that will cast shadow, and that spot's a little like Doug, as he's often talked about, says he's
Scorching hot.
overlit. So
It's not the lighting, it's the camera. It's the setting on the camera.
okay.
I got nicked by a listener at home yesterday.
How's that happen?
So I went to do some onboarding. I was doing it off-site, and I was at home, and we were getting some mulch delivered. So the gentleman who works for St. Louis Composting, I guess that's Yola, was delivering the mulch. Older son Sheldon's over there talking to him. I walk out to the car, and I guess he looks at the ticket, and it has our name on it. He says, "Your dad, Martin?" And I walked out to the car, and I was going to a golf tournament, and I was looking for a golf shirt, and I was in shorts, and I did not have a shirt on.
Oh, bad boy. What you going to do?
And I'm walking to the car, and he goes, "Is that him? He was just on the radio." And he said, "Tell him he just blinded me like the sun." And I'm like, oh, like a Jackson joke.
no.
Little pale, I guess. Need to get out and get some sun. But he was a loyal listener, and he was concerned I wasn't onboarding.
You walk around topless in your
No, I
neighborhood
was
a lot?
never.
It's hot, man. I would've
Never.
been
It was a Larry David moment. I was walking out to the car to grab a certain golf shirt, and I got nicked by a listener who said I blinded him, akin to Jackson.
I have a picture of myself topless at a Cardinal game back in the 70s. People used to do that.
That
Used
was
to-
a thing.
Yeah, they used to suntan
Why have we
during
gotten
the
away
games.
from that? Is it the heft?
I don't. It's probably the heft. Yeah. The more I think about it, it probably is. People weren't fat back then. Not many people, anyway.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit disturbed at the number of people asking me to take my shirt off.
There's Gabe hosting the post-game show.
The Wrigley bleachers, I think if you didn't take your shirt off, it was like notable.
Remember, Harry Carey and Jack Buck broadcasted a game topless from the bleachers once. A different time.
Tim, I had a dream about you, and you were swimming And your baby blues were shining like the water. And Doug was there wearing a Speedo. That's from Car Wash Dave. Doug, the listeners are dreaming about us, and they're showing up at Martin's house.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is what you get when your beefcake just comes with the territory.
Have you posted that photo lately, Doug? Get on your Facebook page?
I don't. No.
Look at me.
No. I found it in a stack of pictures once, and I said, what in the world was I doing?
Did you look like a bad boy?
What was I doing?
Were you with some compadres?
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Kirkwood Pioneers?
Probably so, yeah.
Stephen Wildwood pointing out Pronger did it. Remember that? He was in. I think he was even in the green seats.
Hey, that's Doug Vaughn. Look at his chest.
Here's Iggy. It's going to be 88 and Sunday tomorrow, boys. Busman special. The ladies will be out. Lots of moms from Baldwin to Chesterfield paying extra for late daycare pickup. That's Chairman Stephen Wildwood, and it sounds like he has circled tomorrow's Busmans on his calendar.
Late daycare pickup. Okay.
I'm just telling you, they have a few libations, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, it's dry humping season on the dance floor. I'm just telling you what's doing, and everybody knows I'm telling the truth. It's honesty in media, dry humping on the dance floor, Busman special. Chairman Stephen Wildwood knows I know what I'm talking about. And I'm telling you, the listeners know I know what I'm talking about.
This will be at
too.
the Shark Bar after the game?
Potpourri of locations, various cocktail lounges and speakeasies, Martin.
Speakeasies are loaded with baseball gals?
That's right. Jackson, do you think there's a higher percentage of infidelity during Busman specials?
No.
He enjoyed the question.
It's something to ponder.
Why would that lead to
Something to
infidelity?
ponder.
An afternoon baseball game.
Well, you've likely taken a half day at worst,
There
maybe
you
the
go.
full day off. Maybe even you told your boss you're coming in late tomorrow.
There you go.
Because you're planning on getting after a little bit, a little daytime baseball. Next thing you know, it's the sixth inning. You have to rush before they close out by the seventh. Then you go, well, let's keep this party rolling. It's about
There
4
you
p.m.
go. There
You're
you
feeling
go.
loose. When you should be driving home through rush hour, you're enjoying some libations, and now everything looks a lot better than it used to. I don't know.
Everything meaning the other people.
I don't know. But
There's my old college fling. I remember him from Fieldhouse when we used to line dance to the Margarita. I say we line dance today. You see? See,
Yeah.
Jackson got enticed by that.
Now, how would it be different from a night game?
that's a good question. Here's if we're playing this out, and it seems like we are. If you're going to a night game after work, you're going to work. You're not going to take off work the next day. You're just going to enjoy the game. Maybe have a beer or two. Maybe some helmet nachos. Really lay it on.
Yeah, just to celebrate the day with some helmet nachos.
Right, but you're driving home later that night. It's a weeknight, but like I said, the Busman special, you might have taken a half day off work that day. Maybe you're going in late the next day. You've kind of cut out a little bit of a swath there.
Have you cut it out?
Yeah. But that's just if I'm playing out the hand in that case.
Yes.
The numbers, I assume, will be marginal in terms of increased infidelity.
I imagine if maybe a day game, you think it's kind of like a day off because you're not working the afternoon and night. You got more time at night. If something
Now you're going
happens.
to be a bad boy. There you go. Doug, the Botanical Gardens have adult diaper changing stations. What do you say we meet up there on Saturday afternoon and test their strength?
Okay, we're going to do a little suspending. Who's that, Tim?
No.
That's Steven time, who, Martin, I believe you've been sideways with.
Okay, Steven
Doug got him
time.
right here.
I'm going to nick you. Steven Time has been suspended a period of 2 days' time. His name, as we speak, is going into the suspension logule, and in addition, he's getting a letter put in his file.
So he's going to get a letter in his file.
Yes, he is. He certainly is.
While you're at it, Doug, how about some tariffs on these Blue Jays while they're in town?
I may
slow them
put
down a little bit.
Tariff on Kirk.
Blue Jays are
Alejandro
red
Kirk.
hot.
4 for 5. He wanted the cycle last night. He made the mistake of hitting it to left field. I don't know if he would have hit it to right field. It would have mattered. He doesn't strike me as a guy with a lot of triples in his career. In full transparency, I haven't looked that up.
5'8", 245.
That's not. Is that really?
That's what it says.
Wow.
God, that's like a TMA Live.
5'8". Just a little
45.
ball of power.
From Tijuana, Mexico. And he just got slapped with a 2-day tariff.
He's got a tariff, and Steven Time's been suspended. Martin, everybody's going today.
Blue Jays are the team of all the sons, right? You got Vlad Jr., you got Bichette, and that Varsho is injured.
Yeah.
His dad, Gary Varsho. Was he from Marshfield, Wisconsin, Tim? I think
Marshfield.
Gary Varsho
They used to have Biggio.
Yeah. They specifically draft players whose dads played in the big leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Okay.
Michaelis on the mound tonight, Doug. You're only as good as the next day's starting pitcher.
Yeah. And they got really good starting pitching again last night. Palante, 2 runs over 6 innings. Can't beat that. I wonder if he could be a closer if it came to that.
Wow, you're moving Palante from the rotation to closer. Helsley's out.
Well, they've got a 6-man rotation going now?
6-catcher rotation.
If McGreevy's up?
Well, then they sent McGreevy back.
Yeah.
I guess he could be back again, just kind of back forth for a certain number of times. They said they didn't want to tax the bullpen.
Right. They brought up, Roycroft and O'Brien.
But the 6-man is to save the rotation.
Yeah. What are we talking about? Helsley blows a save, and we already won him out. It's a year and a half of being one of the
You just made Palante the closer.
Palante the closer.
Why don't you go straight to the sun?
Well, I think Palante could close because he can get a strikeout.
A lot of ground balls.
But yeah, that was a bad take, stupid take.
So you're going to suspend yourself
I couldn't
for
be
a take?
more apologetic for my take.
Why don't you launch yourself to Portugal?
Madrid?
Central Corridor Housewives are the reason the pastrami dog sells out every game. That's what's called taxes, Doug. Jackson, what does that mean?
I'm not positive, but the pastrami dog is outstanding.
I know you're a big fan.
Huge fan.
Give me a comparable tastings. Like, how does it compare to a hot diggity?
So it's a quality all beef kosher hot diggity, and then you throw on some of that good deli mustard, some onions and kraut.
Oh, Doug.
Keep the kraut off.
You can leave the kraut off, and then you just pile it up with some quality pastrami, and so it's like a pastrami sandwich and a hot dog in a beautiful union.
And you got the onions and the kraut and the mustard, and then you go dry hump at a speakeasy.
That's not a meal for that. I wouldn't suggest.
Doesn't open that door, does it?
I will say there was a shot of the ball game yesterday where they shot some fans, and it was like 9 of them in a square, and all of them had the biggest plate of nachos I've ever seen.
Sure they did. Yeah,
full to the brim too. Like they all just came back together. I was like, this is just an unfortunate look.
Was it in the helmet that they were?
No, it was like in those like what looks like home plate box. You know what I'm saying?
Gosh,
which. I don't know what the difference of volume is. It looks like those have more nachos in it. It's a pretty small helmet they give you for the helmet nacho. This home plate thing, that looks like
the real deal.
Loaded up.
You do suspend like reality at a ball game. You go if you were at the grocery store and it was like a bag of chips and they're like those bags of chips are $25. You'd be like, oh my God, I'm not buying these chips. What happened to them?
And I don't want to come about, I talk about eating a pastrami dog. That's far from health food. So I'm not saying.
You're not diet shaming.
I don't want to be the arbiter for what's healthy.
But when you go to a sporting event, it's like that hot dog, $18, sure, fine.
Yeah.
Pastrami dog, $20, sure. Beer, $18, sure.
Or if you went to the grocery store and they wanted $40 to park?
Yeah, you're like,
I don't think so.
New model for the grocery business.
Toronto should tax us for playing them. They cringe when they see all our bombed out buildings downtown and all the street racing. Go to Toronto and you'll agree that we live in a city that's stuck in 1985. Doug, that's from the Veiled Prophet, who has a wonderful ball, and you have to wear tails to it.
Yeah,
Toronto's a great city.
He's not wrong about the way our city looks right now. It's kind of embarrassing.
That dog sounds disgusting. No self-respecting mom who gives a rat's ass about herself would eat that. The texter's wrong. That's from the star of The Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon in Clayton. But there is a movement to have her replaced by caller Ellen, started by the Baldwin beer bitch.
No, we need both of them.
Both of them.
We need both.
Sometimes you can, if you're at a ball game, you can let loose a little bit.
Not to that extent.
What, a pastrami dog?
Don't put sauerkraut on anything. How can you look at yourself in the mirror and say, I just ate sauerkraut?
It's good for your gut.
Oh.
Real good for your gut.
It's horrendous tasting.
That's your take, man. I personally am also a big fan of it, but I recognize it has some properties.
Yeah. Just German food in general, I don't find to be very good.
You ever had sauerbraten? Pretty tasty.
I'm not sure.
I'm
not sure if I have.
Pretty sausage-heavy cuisine. Sausage and mustard are pretty delicious.
The few German restaurants I've been into, it's like there's nothing to order. What do I want? Der Wiener Schnitzel? I don't think so.
Isn't that just breaded pork?
I don't know what anything is. And when I look at it, I don't really want it.
I think it's just a pork chop.
I don't think I want it.
The veiled prophet needs to get the F out of America. That's from the Warren County Wizard, not happy with his pro-Toronto, anti-downtown St. Louis take.
Right.
Sauerbraten and Doug, traditional German roast of heavily marinated meat.
Well, it sounds better when you describe it than the title it's been given. Sauerbraten. That sounds horrible.
I got 2 orders of sauerbraten on table 5. Let's go.
Not great.
Chairman Kurt, you're catching shrapnel in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Always.
Cucky the Dwarf won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day yesterday.
Heard it. He was good.
And the thought process in a very active Michelob Ultra YouTube chat this morning is that since you were not here yesterday, he got through and he won. But since you're back today, he will not get through and he will lose.
Well, look, I heard Jackson say yesterday that the filtering process, whether it's him or I, we're a united front. And Cucky was strong yesterday, and he made it through, and he should have. If he comes back with something weak today, he'll find himself filtered again.
Wow. So you're saying it's not personal, it's business.
Absolutely. It's never personal.
Nino Brown, New Jack City, 1991. Best screenplay. Think about it. Wesley Snipe.
Okay.
Wesley Snipe.
Great filtering yesterday, Jackson.
Thanks, brother.
Look at that.
Yeah. Well, it's like you go to the bullpen. Sometimes you get a good outing. Sometimes you don't.
Doug, that's a callback to last night's unfortunate incident in the top of the ninth inning.
Yes. That's what a good producer does.
That's right.
Brings it back.
Brings it right
on
back
topic.
on topic.
The show gets off topic often as I look at everything I have opened every day.
Oh, the tab list is crazy every day.
Email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Chairman Kurt is. We give a sound story yesterday. Sound story responsibilities?
No, there was no sound story responsibility. I had to a family errand to run.
God bless. I apologize.
all good.
I figured it was a sound. I was just going to ask who was on it, but that's what he was not here. Doug, Cucky, and the theory I gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is Chairman Kurt just filters Cucky, and then Cucky got through and won. And Chairman Kurt is saying that is not the case. You can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. As Steve and Wildwood noted, glorious forecast both today and tomorrow. High of 80 today and sunny. High of 88 tomorrow for the Busman special. And you'll have some wonderful weather. It looks like nothing but highs in the 80s over the next week. So if you're running into any HVAC issues, make sure that you are working with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client, and Design Air Heating and Cooling has been advertising on this program for more than a decade. The sponsor of the email of the day, that's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. It got rough last night in Sunrise, as I feel like I left a 2-foot putt out there. I really like the Panthers, did not bet it. Really regretting it. They shipped the Oilers last night. And once again, just like every other series, if I'm not mistaken, Edmonton is down 2-1 through 3. We'll talk it over coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic, design, and build. That is custom deck work from Aesthetic Design and Build, and you can check it out at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Dan and his team walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola. And when the sun starts shining brightly and the days are longer, you may want to look to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They do have answers for it all. You can see it in the showroom in Chesterfield Valley or by going online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. And check out that showroom and let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. It's aesthetic design and build, outdoor living spaces, expertly designed. Check them out online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals lose last night in extras to the Toronto Blue Jays. Back in action tonight with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals as they take on the Blue Jays for Game 2 of the series. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, we got a music theme, Doug. Takes you back to 1999.
Okay.
Jimmy Gandolfini. Next to the opening song for Different Strokes, is this the greatest show opening theme of all time?
No. This is a good theme, an appropriate one for the show, but not close to the best of all time.
Brady Bunch, Happy Days. What do you got?
Yeah, the Rifleman
Rockford
was
Files.
Rifleman was good. Car 54, Where Are You? Are you kidding me? There's been a lot of good ones.
That Facts of Life with Blair, Tootie.
That's better than this. I mean, this was good for the show, but it's not something you're going to sing to 50 years later.
Well, the good news is we have the owner, at least for now, because it's pre-revenue, of goodorbad.com on the staff here. And Jackson will give you the Mount Rushmore of show opening songs.
Oof.
And I would imagine you would put Sopranos on there.
Yeah, I mean, like Doug just mentioned a bunch of shows that I am not privy to. I could probably speak to the modern day television, but I feel like the 60s, 70s, the theme song, it really focused in on that. Like they would have an artist make a song just for that.
The Greatest American Hero, live AF.
Right, like Jefferson's. Like there's like
Jefferson's live AF.
Right, like there's like a lot of these classic ones that I wouldn't be privy to, so I don't feel
Sopranos,
right.
Greatest American Hero, Jefferson's, and Different Strokes. There you go.
Yeah.
Nelly sampled Jefferson's, right? Batter Up, maybe.
I think you're right. Martin.
You guys a little surprised I knew that?
Yeah. Schoolboy Q did it as well.
Schoolboy Q did it, Doug?
Yeah. Mary Tyler Moore was a good one.
Gilligan's Island.
Oh, classic.
Yeah.
One Day at a Time getting some votes, Doug. You remember Schneider and he was seducing all the ladies in the building? Is that was his deal?
I forget the theme song for that one.
Jackson, do you have it?
What's the name of the show?
One Day at a Time. It was with the delightful Valerie Bertinelli, who will join us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour.
Married Eddie Van Halen.
That's right.
All right.
Bonnie Franklin may have been the
was
lead.
Bonnie
And
Franklin
she had
vehicle.
a bowl cut.
Iggy probably has her number handy. Bonnie Franklin.
Wow, no Love Boat?
That was a good one.
What about Cheers? I think Cheers has to be live.
Yeah.
So then what goes out? Sopranos? Because Different
Sopranos
Strokes isn't going
out.
anywhere.
Yes. It's not really a song. It's just kind of a music bed underneath.
Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da.
And the
1975, Martin.
The video, it appears that Schneider, the handyman who's wearing a vest, might be breaking into people's apartments.
That's what I'm saying. He was cucking everybody in the apartment building, and it isn't talked about enough. We'll talk about that with Valerie Bertinelli at 10:15. Stiefel dossier.
You mind getting her on?
You gotta get her.
I bet Iggy's got a number.
What was the basis for One Day at a Time? Just this guy running around as a handyman cucking people, and nobody could catch him? Was that the theme?
I think Bonnie Franklin was a single mom trying to raise her kids, and people wondered, I don't know, if she got something going with the super of the building. Probably not. We don't know.
Kind of like Tony Danza and Judith Light and Hughes the boss.
Yeah, kind of like that.
And he, of course, was a second baseman for the Cardinals.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice show prep. It's terrible.
Wasn't Ted Danson's character also on the Cardinals?
No, he was a Red Sox journeyman.
Got it.
Reliever, I believe. Was he a middle reliever? Sam Malone? Mayday Malone?
I don't know when they brought him in.
They shot him straight to the sun.
That's what happened.
Ended up running a bar.
Blew a save against the Blue Jays, and next thing you know, he's bartending.
It'll happen.
See?
Life comes at you quick.
Think about that. Little Jackie Papers. I loved the Panthers last night, but I can't say that the Tam Avenue Capital Partners allocated any dollars on it, and we regret it because it was sweat-free as the Oilers were all up in their own kitchen last night. Sweet mother of mercy, Doug. 21 penalties for 85 penalty minutes. And then you also had the unfortunate squirt bottle at the Florida bench. Brad Marchand, my plus 8,000 pick for the Conn Smythe winning player on spread zone, continues to trend in that direction. He has a goal in all 3 games so far, and he was pulling the Patty Maroon. And Maroon went to the Boston bench and said, you guys are all so effed. And Marchand was running his mouth at the Edmonton bench saying, you guys got to be smarter out there. But they weren't, and it's a 6-1 blowout in a series that had been featuring nothing but overtime games until they headed to these United States of America.
The game just fell apart there in the third period. part of me really likes the fighting. You can't help but watch two people fight. It's fun. It's entertaining. The other part of me says, come on, it's kind of ridiculous at this point. I mean, one guy, who was it? Kane hit somebody in the face he was down on the ice and he hit him in the face with his stick and just all kinds of crazy. Two guys ganged up on Tkachuk at one point. They were beating on him. Just seems like it's a little much at times. Entertaining to watch, I know, but it kind of the game kind of went off the rails there in the third period, I thought.
Got to stay out of the box, Doug. 3 of the 6 goals, power play goals.
Mm-hmm.
Stay out of the box.
Connor McDavid had this to say following his team's 6-1 loss last night in Game 3.
That was a weird game. Obviously when you start in the first with, 4 penalties, almost half the period you're killing. So not a good way to get into your game. Weird game. I thought a lot of power play and penalty kill either way. Never got to our game.
Yeah, how do you assess the team's overall performance?
Yeah, obviously it wasn't our best. Not our best at all. I don't think our best has shown up all series long, but it's coming. Shift the focus to finding a way to get a win in Game 4.
Well, hit the goalpost.
Oh, wow. Off the post.
Okay.
That's right. Byron. He didn't seem like the most outward personality.
Energetic personality.
I get they just lost, so I get it.
Anybody hit Bob with any wacky questions?
Chris Knobloch not happy with his squad's chippiness, Doug. Take a listen.
Can you win a game like this where there's so much special teams and so much chippiness? Are you getting kind of too far along into the way that the Panthers want to play?
No, I don't think so. We got some guys maybe would love to drop the gloves a little more and get at it a little bit, but we're a big physical team. Like, we do have some skilled guys, and I don't see our skilled guys getting distracted and getting into that. The guys who like it are getting into it. So, and just following up with the penalties, the referees, I think they did an outstanding job tonight, and they were even caught the too many men penalty in the first period, which was too many men. They caught us there. I just wish they had been calling the game in Game 2 in overtime.
Hit the goalpost again. The thing that bugs me, you see it more in the playoffs than the regular season, is when a goalie will smother the puck and then everyone skates up to it, and then they just have to start fighting. They have to start pushing and fighting every time a goalie smothers the puck near the net. I like the hitting and the checking and the smashing guys against the glass. That all seems like it's a legitimate part of the game. But sometimes it feels almost like they feel like they have to start fighting because the goalie smothered the puck. Bothers me a little bit.
Where it's like,
we know you're all tough guys, but you don't always have to start hitting people in the face because the goalie smothered the puck. That's my take.
Glove to face.
Mm-hmm.
Rumor has it Marchand is getting married this summer and didn't invite any of the Winnipeg players to bring a +1. That's from Arbor Day.
The Winnipeg players?
I just read what's in the teleprompter, Doug.
Why would any of them be invited?
I'm not going to take license with the 2-time texter of the year, Arbor Day's text.
Okay.
Jackson Weave there? Is he bringing
Seems
in
like
a lot of
shot at
Jackson
Sweet Kai's wedding in Cape Cod, which is a week from Saturday. Am I right? And you're flying into Amherst to see the foliage?
I wish. No, Boston Logan. Ugh. Yeah, boy, it is a week and change away. That was an unnecessary shot at my boy Sweet Kai.
The Winnipeg team?
The thing about the non-+1. I don't know why people have such a stink about that.
Would you like me to block this fellow?
No.
Boy, blocking Arbor Day.
No, Arbor Day, no. That's a legend.
Maybe Winnipeg because of Kai.
Oh, okay.
And the allegations.
There's something there. You got to give Arbor Day the nod,
Recovering alcoholic from Webster Groves, Belleville and Webster Groves, has alleged that it's a pegging situation there.
Yeah.
And
unsubstantiated, by the way.
He's going to address it at his wedding.
Brad Marchand will address this?
No. Sweet Kai.
Oh, okay.
Jackson's going to his wedding instead of watching you perform the wedding vows with a plowhawk.
I'm really sad.
But none of the Jets players, nor their +1s, are invited to Brad Marchand's wedding? I just want to get the story straight.
That's correct.
Do you have the garb, or are you just wearing a suit?
Oh, for when he's the master of ceremonies?
Yeah, the officiant.
Suit.
A suit, you don't have to wear like some sort of cape, tunic.
I couldn't really.
If you could wear a cape to the Plowhawks wedding, I'd be delighted.
That's when you really know it's official.
I'm not an official member of the clergy.
No, I know. I didn't know. I didn't know what the deal was.
I'm officiating my third wedding this summer, and a friend of mine yesterday said, "What's your record?" I said, "I'm sorry." He said, "Well, how'd the first two turn out?" I said, "Oh, they're still going.
Yeah,
I'm 2-0.
Oh,
There
great.
you go.
2-0.
You wear a cape?
I did not wear a cape. I regret.
If they were to split up, would that be a blown save?
Blown save. Yeah.
Quality start. It's been a while.
It's you can get a quality start though.
Anybody who wants to invite my wife to their wedding without a +1 is good with me. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, who I guess is farming his wife out as an independent contractor as a date.
Right.
Iggy was looking for a date to the Plowhawks wedding, so maybe he can take Steve in Wildwood's wife. So we're starting to tend to some business
That
here
would
in
work.
this Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Sweet Kai takes a lot of heat from these listeners, but that boy got a long bat that's swinging, Doug. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, the foil for Sharon and Clayton on The Real Housewives of TMA.
He's got a long bat.
The self-made stay-at-home. The texts, Doug, usually are a little randy.
A little bit, yeah. Man. Didn't see that coming.
You can get involved with the program as well. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Then you can call in. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 200 friends have gathered. And Doug, they just sit there and they watch us.
I know.
And they talk about us.
Okay.
Like we're not even here. But yet we are.
And it's hurtful at times.
Tim, do you like a text that's a little on delay? It just popped up. Green Acres. Out of nowhere.
Fantastic.
No context. Green Acres.
I do
Oh,
like
that's
that
right.
text.
We were talking, and I'm still on some threads over here. Rolling Stone, their list of best theme songs.
What'd they have? What's their top four?
F Troop?
No.
F Troop was fantastic.
Strokes
Number
one.
one was the Jeffersons.
Nice play.
RollingStone.com. 2, second, they had a tie for second. Brady Bunch and Gilligan's Island tied for second. Sanford and Son, did we mention that?
Mm-hmm.
Bum, bum, bum. That's third. Crazy Ex-Girlfriend on the CW. No idea what that is. It was fourth.
I'm not familiar with that.
Now I'm going to throw the list
Familiar with
out.
that, Papers?
No, never heard of it.
You know what pops up a lot is Friends, but I hate that song.
The
Rembrandts?
Didn't you go to see them in concert when we were doing the morning grind?
The Rembrandts?
I could have sworn.
No.
God. There was some band.
Buck Swope, did I go see the Rembrandts when we were
there
doing
was
the morning
some
grind?
band that you went to see.
Well, the
It started with an
Bodines.
art-
No,
the
that's you're thinking
Bodines.
of Party of Five, the opening
That's
song.
what it was.
Love the Bodines, but that song, not my favorite, became popular with the show Party of Five.
Party of Five, and that was with Matthew Fox, Doug?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Matthew Fox.
And Jason, he's from Oakville. Oh, Doug. Jason from Oakville.
Okay. When was the last time you guys ever sat down with your family and listened to the theme to F Troop? I mean, that was a
Put
song.
that up. So I need to gather the family around the hearth tonight?
Green Acres, that's a decent play. What about Beverly Hillbillies, Doug?
Good.
It's a nice play.
Another really strong one. Very strong.
Tube Sock says MASH.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really a song. That was just a musical bed.
What about Hawaii Five-0? That's a good one.
Yeah, another musical bed.
That seems to be the trend now. Is
I want
more
words.
instrumentals.
I want songs I can sing along with.
You want a place where everyone knows your name?
Mm-hmm.
Not in wedding party and no +1 means you're a tertiary friend, clearly on thin ice. But hey, buck up for flights to this destination wedding farce in Beantown. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, who's not happy with Sweet Kai.
All right, I'll go through this in order here. It's a very small location wedding.
Okay.
So there is no wedding party at all. And because of the size, very limited guest list.
No wedding party. There's not a best man or a...
Not to my
Is
knowledge.
that right?
Not to my knowledge.
Surprise, best man.
Yeah, maybe spring it on somebody. But very, very small wedding. And that's just how it is. And that tertiary friend, you know, my closest friend in the world, Lo Sween.
Sounds like you're in third place.
Well, when my buddy told me about this, I didn't think I'd be litigating on the radio for 5 months. It would take some of the fun out of it.
You're going to be beaten down by the time you get there.
Yeah.
When are you taking off? Thursday?
Thursday the 19th. Yeah, Thursday 19th. I'll miss that Friday and that Monday, and I'll be back on Tuesday. I get in late on Monday, too, so. But I'll be in here.
Won't be any good to us on Tuesday.
I'll be good to you.
Sometimes listeners can sense when somebody might take an extra day. Is that what are you setting that up for that Tuesday?
No. I'll be here on Tuesday.
All right.
You better believe it. Matter of fact, I think I have a sound story that Tuesday, so I will absolutely be here.
Okay, Doug. All right.
Okay, then.
Chairman Kurt's on call, though.
No, I'll be here. I mean, as long as...
What about T, did he?
He's got 3 hours due after us. As long as that plane lands before 7 a.m. on Tuesday, I'm going
to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this guy's commitment to excellence back from Cape Cod for the wedding. Doug will be the officiant at the Plowhawks wedding, and it will be a pony of all ponies. Email in morningafter@InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Martin, you said this is the number one song per Rolling Stone.
Yeah. Theme music for a
Television
TV
series.
show. That's pretty strong. Top deluxe apartment.
Well, the Cardinals were moving on up the National League Central standings last night, with the Brewers and the Cubs losing. But alas, the ninth inning ruined the momentum of a charged-up ballpark with more than 30,000 fans in the paid attendance last night. But Ryan Helsley gives up the home run, and the Cardinal closer, 11 months removed from the longest streak of successful saves in club history, allowed a solo home run to the number 9 hitter that sent the game to extra innings, where the Blue Jays would win it. And it hurts this morning. And the texters started the show by saying they wanted to send Ryan Helsley to the sun.
They got a short memory, these guys. Look at all he's done for you. Horrible outing. It wasn't even horrible. He gave up 1 run. Okay, not a good one. But he's been awfully good for the last year and a half. Awfully good.
Hadn't been good the last 5 games for them.
Not so much the last 5 games. No. Well, what are your options? Who else would you use in that role?
You wanted Palante in there in the 7 o'clock hour.
I think Palante would be great at it.
But then you held yourself accountable for that take, and now you're back on it.
And I thought
can't follow this take.
They're not going to do it.
I was a gnat.
Guy who stumbles into an opinion, regrets it, takes it back. Next hour, stumbles back into same opinion.
Yeah.
That's a new character on sports radio.
So if they were to deal Helsley, and we've talked about that a lot, if they were to trade him, or Helsley would go down, or they decide Helsley doesn't have it, or he's hurt, who do you put in the role?
Maton.
You need a guy who can get you strikeouts, generally.
Maton.
McCreevy. Yeah. So
be
you got a young guy like a young
That'd be
arm
interesting.
sometimes and jump in there. He's got the disposition, I think, to handle
Keep
it.
him up as opposed to taking the bus to Memphis every other week.
Mo's refusing to maximize Helsley's value at the deadline last year or over the winter was inexcusable. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer.
Okay.
I thought, as did Ryan Helsley, as it turns out, that he would be traded during the offseason. Felt incredibly confident about that. And then when Helsley sat down with us at spring training, he said, yeah, I thought so too. But here he is. And I guess the Cardinal thought process was that his value would be higher at the deadline. And so here he sits, but unfortunately his last 4 or 5 outings, Doug, he's given up multiple base runners. Am I correct on that?
2 hits in 4 of his last 5 outings. Yeah. And a run in 3 of those.
Maybe he doesn't want to get traded.
Well, it's kind of the...
So just serve one up every once in a while. What'd Waino say at the All-Star game with Jeter? Didn't he give him a pipe shot or something?
Yes. They were down to 5 or something like that.
Well, it's kind of the tough spot where, like, if the Cardinals are good, or if Helsley is good, really good, and his value's up, the Cardinals are also likely pretty solid spot. Likely, not for sure. But if he's not great, that means the Cardinals are probably not in a great spot. Now his value's down when you want to trade him.
Right.
Kind of.
Yeah. It's a no-win situation there.
I think last year it was 49 saves, 5 blown saves. And right now he's at 5 blown saves to go with 13. 13-5 versus, if I'm looking at this right, I got a lot of tabs open, including Sauerbraten, 49-5.
I don't want Sauerbraten.
Okay.
Oh, wait, didn't you say that was a nice beef roast or something?
Yeah.
It's the names that bother me.
The actual content, you're okay with. 49 saves, 4 blown. So all of last year, 4 blown saves.
Just trade him already. That's from a St. Charles in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can comment on the lighting on my camera, which I think Jackson has improved substantially today.
Yeah, I think it's better. Yeah, it's definitely better.
Not mine. I'm still glowing.
Well, I could change. Like, here's the thing: is I could change it, and next segment it'll go right back to being the exact same.
Is that right? Why is that, bro?
Presets.
Undo the presets.
I'll work with somebody who can help me with that.
All right. I'm not really concerned about it.
All right.
MLB is like an NFL running back. Once current contract runs out, you let walk. If you can get a haul in a trade, you trade. That's from Ollie Doesn't Know. Is that a tribute to Scotty Doesn't Know?
I don't know.
Was that Road Trip?
I just don't.
And that was Matt Damon, Scotty Doesn't Know? Am I right on that?
I just don't
Matt Damon
know.
was in Road Trip?
I'm not sure Road Trip was the film, but I'm telling you, Matt Damon sang Scotty Doesn't Know, and it was about Matt Damon cucking this guy, Scotty.
Scotty Doesn't Know. It's a song by Lustra?
Yeah, but Matt Damon performed it in the film.
Which film?
Road Trip?
Matt Damon was in Road Trip.
Euro Trip.
Thank you.
I was gonna say.
And he did not actually sing.
Oh, he lip synced?
Yes.
Coward.
Wow, Matt Damon gets called a coward right here on 101 ESPN at 8:20.
That's not fair.
This happens with closers constantly. They should have already moved him sooner. Thanks, Bowtie. That's
Hey.
from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Well, you don't generally get a whole lot when you trade relievers, even good closers.
Yeah, you saw what the Brewers got for Devin Williams to the Yanks. Not much. Nestor Cortez.
Cardinals traded for Bruce Sutter way back when. Got a pretty good closer there.
That's
Is it the Leon Durham package?
Yeah. But in general, when you trade relief pitchers, you don't get a whole lot. Maybe Helsley would be different as an all-star last year. But it seems pretty bad to give up on the guy now at this point.
Check this out. Don't give up. You still have
Saves.
friends. Kate Bush.
Nice
Peter
little
Gabriel.
soprano voice you have there.
She sang that running up the hill.
She did.
Which
It
had a
popularized by
rebirth.
Stranger Things.
Yeah, the rebirth in recent years.
I don't really like that Stranger Things. Is it over?
No, it's big time back this fall.
Is that right?
Final season.
I watch it with my wife, but I don't really dig it.
I have a beef with them releasing not all of their episodes, but like they do half seasons. I don't like how they release them all at once. I think that's the wrong way to do television.
Okay, what would you like to do?
Once a week.
Once a week.
I think that's way better.
Well, you're on the side of the corporation. Look at you. You hate the little man.
I hate the why?
Corporate bootlicker.
Because I'm not on board with Netflix.
Well,
Pretty
don't
big
you think-
corporation.
Don't you think the viewers like having the option of having it all at once? 2 reasons: to sassify their binging, and then also if they want to then cancel their Netflix subscription, they can save money. And why put more food on the table for their children and raise better families?
I respect that part, that second half, but that's the wrong way to consume television.
You want American kids to continue to eat porridge.
What?
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's all they're going to get.
This porridge?
Because
It's
the money's
porridge.
run
That's
out
correct.
on
Is
this
that German?
Netflix. Sounds like it. This Netflix subscription, the money's going to run out.
Listen, if you're
Give
upended
them
by the
all the episodes
by the $14 for Netflix a month,
Take back my porridge.
no, I'm just saying that's the wrong way. If you're watching 8 straight hours of a television show, you're not like consuming it properly. I don't think. I think a show
You
that's
like The Irishman?
I love The Irishman. That's 3.5, and that's a movie meant to be kind of hitting you over the head with its themes. TV show, you should watch an hour a week and then let it marinate, digest it.
This guy's
think about
telling you
it.
what to do, Doug.
I don't know.
I think it's a better way to
Some
view.
people like things, and some people don't like other things.
Certainly. I think it leads to I just think it's great. I don't like that. I don't like that Netflix
Martin,
does
that was
that.
Guy giving up on take.
I don't like that Netflix does it.
Maybe he saw the text then where Manlove just said, Jackson, shut up.
I refuse.
But Eric in the Central West End agrees with Jackson.
Oh, nice.
How about that?
Sometimes I like to watch like 3 or 4 episodes, maybe a couple hours worth, and then I've had enough.
Okay.
Just one episode, if it's 25, 30 minutes, whatever it is, sometimes it's not enough. It's enough to wet my beak.
Yeah, no,
but
I get
it's
you.
not enough to keep me satiated.
But often these drama shows are closer to an hour. And I think an hour, and then you sit with it for a week, think about it, and get excited
With
for the next
discussion group.
episode. When you watch 8 straight hours, there's no discerning differences between episodes. It's one blob in your brain, as opposed to watching it once a week and really feeling confident about where things are.
You're getting support in the YouTube chat, which is presented by Michelob Ultra. That's 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Only worth it if you enjoy it. No, is it going to be delicious today and tomorrow with the wonderful forecast. I'm with you 100%, Jackson. When they drop them all at once, my wife wants me to binge watch them all in a couple days. That's too much time with her.
Oh.
I think that's DJ Patty Cakes.
You don't have to talk to her. You're just sitting there watching TV.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying I don't think that's the best way to consume television.
Doug paid tribute to producer Joe with the some people like some things and some people don't like other things.
Don't like other things.
And producer Joe has sent me a text. And how about this guy? Martin, he hasn't produced this program since 2013. He still carves a landing strip, though. And he also is gifting our audience this prize for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Apropos of nothing. Producer Joe, big easy passes guy, as you know.
Only way I could get him on the show.
That's right.
If he could promote his easy pass.
For tonight's game, 4 Cardinal tickets in section 137 and a parking pass. The prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Producer Joe and his landing strip.
Wow, where's this coming from?
I mean, this guy, good tidings from producer Joe.
Some people like things and some people don't like other things.
That's our mantra.
It is our mantra.
So we live by it.
Right. So dial it up today.
Yeah, send your emails in. Producer Joe giving 4 tickets, section 137 for tonight's game, and a parking pass. He's an easy passes guy, and that's what he wanted to contribute to this show. Producer Joe produced the program for 9 years. His last day was the day of the 590, the man, 1380, the woman press conference, and I don't think there is a greater grand finale to go out on than that day. Producer Joe still contributing to the program 12 years later. What a gentleman.
He seemed to lose some of his zest for the business after he got bopped on the head by a policeman while kneeling on a stoop.
Yeah. He had a libation and passed out on a stoop.
Wasn't that where he was? He was passed out on a stoop.
And an officer of the law came by with a nightstick.
And bopped him on the head.
Maybe I'm just a man of the people.
See, there you go.
He lost some of his zest for life.
Well, he's rediscovered it by giving 4 tickets to the Cardinals and Blue Jays tonight, section 137, plus a parking pass. That's producer Joe giving away a prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And John Cusick says that's why Prod Joe is the best. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. You can live stream it on the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. There are 2 different apps. Download them both. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, sponsor of our apps. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. If you are a homeowner like me, you know how it goes. You work hard for your home. You take pride in it. But let's be honest, it's always something, right? There's always a project that needs attention. And sometimes the big ones, like replacing old windows, get pushed to the bottom of the list. But I'm telling you, this is the time to finally check that box with Universal Windows Direct. It's honestly one of the easiest decisions you can make. Right now, they're running their home improvement season sale, and the offer is just too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year. And that gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, the savings, and the curb appeal before you ever make a payment. It's Universal Windows Direct. So if you're feeling those summer cooling costs creeping up, or you're just ready to give your home a fresh look, don't wait. Give my friends at Universal Windows Direct a call, schedule your free assessment, and take the first step toward a more comfortable, energy-efficient home. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Trust me, you'll be so glad you did, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
You can't beat this, can you?
So this is F Troop.
This is F Troop.
Sounds like it was written for you, Doug.
Wow. This is the Mills Brothers?
Is what?
Mills Brothers?
No, it's not Mills Brothers.
Paleface.
Yeah, this hasn't aged well.
Great song, though. Great song. Larry Storch. Oh, man, what an actor. What a thespian.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. I was just glancing at Instagram, nothing from Ella Reese this morning so far, but I did see what many think is Jackson Burkett's account, St. Louis Starter Packs. And it said, on this day, random tidbits that most of the world couldn't care less about. On this day, 2007. Do you know what took place on this day in 2007? And if you already looked at Jackson's burner, St. Louis Starter Packs, then you may not answer.
Huh. Was it in St. Louis? Specific to St.
It's
Louis?
all across this world of ours.
Ooh. Was today the day that the iPhone came out?
Okay, so then that tells me, I'll explain in a moment once we get the answer.
Oh, my word.
Back to that mouth horn.
I need a hint.
Television show.
Oh, the finale of Sopranos?
Right, and so that's what I thought.
Okay.
The reason was you were playing.
Oh, no.
So that was just random.
That was happenstance. How do you like that?
Huh.
Chairman Kurt is calling. He thinks Jackson's BSing.
I mean, I just think he's trying to play into the hiding the starter packs thing.
Good for you.
Oh, that's fair. No, I promise you, I did not. I was unaware. I thought that was 06.
The finale was in 07?
Yeah.
No.
Do you think it was more recent than that?
Yeah.
07, all day.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
And that went, what, 5 years or so?
Longer than that. 99 is when it started.
That's
really?
Starter Packs writes, the most famous series finale of them all. Millions of Americans were tuning in for an epic shootout where Tony took out the whole New York crew. What they got, Journey and a black screen. It was the perfect ending to the most perfect television to ever air. And oh yeah, Tony didn't die. That is from St. Louis Starter Packs this morning.
How do we know
on
Tony
Instagram.
didn't die?
Well, that's the opinion of Starter Packs.
Well,
and I'm a Starter Packs lemming.
He didn't die and he didn't live because they didn't write another episode.
Schrodinger's cat.
So he didn't either.
Doug Schrodinger's cat.
Don't ever say that to me again.
Jackson, would you like to elaborate on that cat?
On Schrodinger's cat? Mm-hmm. That's like a physics thought experiment. If you were to leave a cat in a bag with poison, that cat is both, and it's in the bag sealed, that cat is both dead and alive.
Think about it.
And if you were to open said bag and the cat was dead, you effectively killed the cat.
Doug, that's
you know what I'm saying?
Is that why they say, don't let the cat out of the bag?
Maybe.
Wow.
I could see that. Yeah, but that's Schrodinger's cat.
What?
It exists in, it's like
paradox?
No, I wouldn't say it's a paradox, but the cat is both dead and alive. You are the one, because you looked and saw it.
Is it a riddle?
Then essentially you killed the cat.
What if he died of a heart attack without eating the poison?
Now you're getting too deep. This is, again, a thought experiment.
Well, that was my thought.
That's fair.
That would be your defense as a defense attorney. You don't know that you killed a cat.
Yes, if you were put in a court, it'd be different, but...
Jackson, it was later announced by the writer that the episode was called The Death of Tony. That's from Vizzini.
What do you mean? What are you asking me? I, of course, think Tony was killed there, but I don't... people might not have seen it or don't really care.
Vizzini says the writer announced it.
David Chase? He's been pretty... he's kind of people beat him out of it, like they...
Somebody captured him.
They never stop. It's like they never stop asking him.
Shalit?
And he slipped up once, and he was like, when Tony dies, he's like, crap. Now everyone's gonna run with that. You don't need. Sometimes it's okay if things are ambiguous. Let your own imagination tell the rest of the story.
Mm-hmm. And it was a TV show.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
Oh, it matters.
And it could matter. Whatever the next writer came up with, that's what was going to happen. But they didn't need another writer because they all decided they'd made enough money and they were going to either retire or move on to other projects.
Wow, thanks for spoiling the ending. That's from Doug's concubine.
We just said it. The finale came out June 10th, 2007.
Too soon.
It's like, don't tell me what happened in the 08 Olympics. I'm, only halfway through.
I just watched it a couple years ago.
Phelps wins.
I can't believe I didn't watch it when it was out. Well, I can believe it because I didn't have HBO at the time, I guess.
Well, you're probably also Sunday nights. That was a busy
Sports
time.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that it is one of, if not the greatest show ending of all time. And I know it sounds like I'm hosting Get Up this morning, but I really do believe that. In the moment, I was like, what the hell just happened? And like many, thought my cable went out. But the appreciation I have for it, especially since I think it was set up a few episodes earlier with, was that Bobby Bacalari talking to Tony? Like, how do you think it ends? I think it just all goes black, and then it all goes black. Oh, just glorious. In the moment, didn't enjoy it, but I appreciate it now. What are we talking, 18 years later?
Yeah, 18 years later.
18 years, Martin. That surprises you.
I can't believe that. It was 18 years ago.
I wonder if they had a discussion. Should we add gunfire in the background over the black, or just leave it silent? Or...
Well, that's Schrodinger's cat again.
Again,
oh, God, don't ever say that to me.
All right, now I got to try and spell Schrodinger's cat.
Never. I mean never say Schrodinger's cat again. Also, don't ever put the words thought experiment together again. That's from Big Tuft.
I don't know what to tell you. You know what, Martin, though? It might be a paradox.
Wouldn't every experiment be a thought experiment?
Until it's put into practice. So if you want to get a cat in the bag and
doubling down on the
it's
bizarre.
Like a Quinn Snyder press conference.
No,
it's just all abstract.
That's the explanation. It's a thought experiment until it becomes a real experiment.
But do you have to say thought experiment? Because every experiment, you're wondering, you're thinking about how it's going to come out, or you're analyzing it in some way.
I guess I don't.
You know what?
I guess I don't have to call it a thought experiment.
Okay, thank you.
It imagines a cat in a sealed box with a radioactive atom and a device that will release the poison if the atom decays. Before the box is opened and observed, Doug, the cat is considered to be both alive and dead.
Well, now, if it's radioactive, it's probably going to go right through that cardboard box.
You're thinking,
kill everyone else around
this
it
is why
also.
it's a thought experiment. You're thinking too much about
radioactivity will go through cardboard, my friend.
I'm sure it will.
Movie boy needs to get some different material. That's from Sideways, the golf movie.
What the hell did I do? What did I do?
This Schrodinger's box thing, this really has people wound up.
I think if Helsley closes out that game last night, people are more open to Schrodinger's cat.
Yes,
They're
definitely.
just kind of angry in general right now.
That's exactly right.
Looking to trade for more catchers. Be great. Things are really lining up for me.
So you gave away the ending of The Sopranos, and then released this cat thought.
Released the Hoosier. Schrodinger's Hoosier.
With little understanding of how radioactivity works.
Yeah, clearly.
Because everyone in the room would have been zapped as well.
Right.
That's why you wear the lead shield at the dentist's office.
Oh, when they do the x-ray?
Mm-hmm.
That thing is heavy.
But lead can block radioactivity away.
Mark Milton can also block radioactivity from the godforsaken taxman?
Well, that's what he does. He doesn't really protect a lot of people.
He tried to stick with the theme, and he just couldn't.
He doesn't have a lot of people come in to say, hey, Mark, I've got some radioactivity issues. They say, but they do say I got some tax issues.
Schrodinger's tax.
Schrodinger's tax. Milton can handle that as well. He will take care of the godforsaken tax man for you. He is the IRS penalty killer. If you have unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, any kind of IRS, maybe you got a criminal investigation, good luck, mister. Well, you'll have good luck if you turn to Mark Milton. This is what he does. He once represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So, in other words, he is as good as it gets in this country at defending people from any kind of IRS issue. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve any and all tax problems that you might have. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime sponsor of TMA. The name of the game, support the sponsors. That's how this stupid-ass show's been on for 21 years. And we are grateful for the audience's support of our advertisers on TMA. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The great producer Joe giving away 4 tickets to tonight's Cardinals and Blue Jays game and a parking pass from Easy Passes. That's the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That could get the greats like the Ratton Bloomsdale and Uncle Carl's double-sided fleshlight to write in, Doug. See all the greats compete at 10:45 right here on 101 ESPN for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You can also text in 314-399-9646, and you can call in 314-974-0101. They are theorizing that Jackson is not letting Larry Nickel on once again on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Has he been texting you?
No, he hasn't actually. I haven't gotten a single text from
Larry.
I might shoot him a text.
All right, Larry, you're good to go. Last week he was watching, American Gladiators or something like
Storage
that?
Wars in the background. What will the background show be this week for Larry's?
I haven't seen Storage Wars. Is that they just try to store things?
I've never seen
Is the Pit a ripoff of ER? Discuss.
It's pretty different, isn't it? I've never seen.
Oh, there's litigation from the estate of the creator of ER against Noah. Is it Noah Wiley, Doug?
I don't know.
He's got a beard now. He was fresh-faced in the 90s. Now he's got a beard.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Pit. I watched it. I enjoyed it. And I didn't really watch ER. I was in school at the time, and the last thing we were doing on Thursday nights was gathering around and watching network television. We were snorting horse. But now I got a chance to watch the
both?
Pit. Yeah, I guess you could. Enjoyed George Clooney's Caesar cut. Was that a Caesar cut that he had?
It seemed like
Caesar
it.
cut?
Yeah, seemed like it was.
Jackson, you grumbled about the Caesar cut.
George Clooney, 101. As good as it gets.
Whoa, what's going on here?
In terms of suave, dignified.
Wow. God almighty, this guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Settle down.
Just,
down.
Mention
If you could go out for a drink with Ella Reese or George Clooney, who are you picking?
Clooney.
No!
Yeah, you kidding me? All the stories.
You don't think Ella Reese has stories?
Oh, I'm sure she has plenty of stories. I don't know if they'd be great drink conversation. Well, yeah, they probably would be.
In a similar vein.
Yeah, both would be great.
Oh, you'd like the more popular MMF.
Yes. In honor of Prod Joe giving away the tickets.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Once again, full circle. That's what a great producer does. That's Jackson Burkett for you. Email in. You can win those Producer Joe tickets and the parking pass the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson. The Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Panthers defeat the Oilers last night in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Final score of 6-1. Florida now maintains a 2-1 lead over the Oilers. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you like this one?
Well, who is this?
I don't know who sings it, but this is for The Wire.
Oh,
Tom Waits.
Okay. They rotates.
Oddball singer.
Yeah.
I prefer Green Acres.
Somebody asked on the text line, has Doug seen a sitcom prior to 1980 or since 1982?
Not a lot of them.
Okay.
I missed almost all network TV because of my late night TV career, or local news career. I shouldn't say TV career. When you
Television's own, Doug.
when you work at night, you don't see a lot of primetime TV shows. I missed all of Seinfeld and Cheers. I missed all those shows.
Have you watched them since?
Not really.
I've worked in television for 11 years professionally.
Professionally, as opposed to.
But when you work at night and you're busy, you don't see a lot of those shows.
Charlie Marlowe, AI. NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman not happy with Biz Nasty and his opinion that the Florida franchises are benefiting from the no state tax, which is why we have seen the run from the Lightning and now the Panthers. Here is Gary Bettman in response to Biz Nasty.
Predictable. I don't want to take anything away from the teams from Florida and the state of Florida. But do it anyway. Ace put me in a headlock when I brought this up on the broadcast in the conference final. Any plans maybe in the future to implement a balance as far as the no state tax? And when you start... I'm just asking.
It's a ridiculous issue. When the Florida teams weren't good, which was for about 17 years, okay, nobody said anything about it. And, for those of you who played, okay, were you sitting there with the tax table? No, you wanted to go to a good organization in a place where you wanted to live, where you wanted to raise your kids and send them to school. You wanted to play in a first-class arena with a first-class training facility, with an owner, an organization, a GM, and a coach that you were comfortable with, and you wanted to have good teammates so you'd have a shot at winning. That's what motivates it. Could it be a little bit of a factor if everything else were equal? I suppose, but that's not it. And by the way, state taxes high in Los Angeles, high in New York. What are we going to do? Subsidize those teams?
Can we take tax away from the province of Ontario at least, just for the league's sake? We need something, Gary.
I was watching you during the prior rounds. Your attire was a little suspect in terms of your journalistic objectivity.
You just said 3 words and I don't know who's got the next question.
You confused him. Yeah.
It's a goal post.
Yeah, boy, that post.
Gary Bettman gets booed everywhere he goes, but I kind of like him. I've always kind of wondered why the hate for Gary Bettman.
He's had a hell of a tenure.
He really has. He's been a commissioner forever. He's done a good job. The league is very healthy. He always seems like kind of a nice guy. I don't know if he's just a touch nerdy, maybe. But when he appears on the ice, he gets booed everywhere he goes. I've never really understood it.
Gets cheered, though,
Yeah, I don't know. It's just that the hatred for him has always been, nothing that I understood. Really.
I think probably 3 lockouts have gone on in his tenure.
I guess.
I'm theorizing.
It's been a while at this point for that to still linger in people's minds.
He tries to play ball. I'd say he can be a little condescending, I think, at times, just demeanor. But I think in general they do boo commissioners. It's a thing. Last
they
commissioner.
don't boo the NBA commissioner, do they?
Silver? That's a good question.
He doesn't get booed, Jackson?
Not really.
What about David Stern? Pretty popular?
Yeah, there was times where he would certainly have gotten booed.
Like Pete Rozelle, everybody loved, right? Pete Rozelle, and then after Bud Selig.
You just revealed your own ignorance, Doug. That's from Kwame Boyukas IV. Usually sideways with Martin. Today he's taking on Doug. for your support of Gary Bettman?
Here comes more hate for Bettman.
I'm curious why people would really dislike him.
I've never really understood it either.
Well, I think you're just frustrated at times with the league and the lack of a good TV outlet. Remember, they used to be on the
Versus
Outdoor Life Network that became Versus, or you could watch the Tour de France or potentially an NHL game. I think the TV package, the vision for the league, although it's gotten better, I think, in recent years. But
Doug and Gary Lovefest makes sense. Both grumpy MFs. That's from your mom's lesbian lover?
I don't think he's grumpy. He comes across a little bit as kind of a smarmy New York lawyer, a touch nerdish, but he's to me he's always comes across as a likable guy. But he really gets booed when he steps on the ice to award the Stanley Cup or something. A crowd that's going nuts suddenly starts booing Gary Bettman. I just never got it.
Remember when he interviewed Twister interviewed him? Twister was doing sideline reporting.
Was that 2001 in Dallas, Doug?
I don't know.
It was on a network channel or a Blues game, but he comes over to Twister to do the interview, and Twister said, "You need a step stool?" Because he's a shorter gentleman, and I don't think we saw Twister ever again on a network game. He decided to do roast material on the commissioner of the league, and it did not end well.
No, I wouldn't think it would.
Bettman came from the NBA. That's from the 314.
So that's why people hate him? Oh, God. No wonder that league's cooked.
Martin, you heard
that? The league is cooked?
If you just hate him just because he came from the NBA, that's awful.
I dealt with him a couple times when he was in St. Louis. A very pleasant guy. He was fine. He was nice.
The Rock would get cheered by UFL fans if The Rock had any clue that he owned the league. That's from Al, and he's in Dadeville.
Still hasn't made it to the Dome. We do have the UFL Championship game Saturday, Doug.
But
Saturday
not with the
night,
Battlehawks.
Michigan Panthers and the D.C. Defenders.
Do you get to do a pregame show?
We did not. It's not on Fox. Big miss. Big swing and a miss. It's on ABC. So Channel 30, that's on you.
So Joby Smith and Darren Horton will get together and do a pregame show, Doug. That is Michigan taking on D.C. on
Darren
Saturday
Horton is back
for the pregame show.
He made it kind of big, didn't he? Didn't he go
Been
somewhere?
in L.A. for a while.
Yeah.
KTLA, I want to say.
What's the projected attendance, you think?
Fly with me, lesbian Battlehawk.
Now, what do they announce at Battlehawks games? The real numbers?
I think they
Cardinal
announced
numbers?
what they sold. So, I mean, that's kind of the new thing. So maybe it's 7,000, 8,000. I don't know. That's a tough one. If I were the league, and I think I said this last year, give tickets away, parents, kids, whatever that like football, and then maybe they buy some sodas, buy some hot dogs. It'd be better TV. I don't think it's a great business model, but when you're sort of desperate, I don't hate it.
Yeah, you just need to build up a studio audience, more or less.
Give away some giveaways.
If ever a game needed to be fixed, it was the Battlehawks game last week.
You're still sideways about it.
Yeah.
I mean, Bettman would have fixed it. He would have gotten it right.
He would have. The referees could easily have called a holding penalty on every opposing touchdown. The Battlehawks needed to win that game.
Defenders just keep scoring. Nope, coming back.
Holy cow.
Scored again. Coming back.
Keep your hands to yourself.
Bettman is the Webster Groves of commissioners, just thinking that he's a little better than he really is. That's from Shooter McGavin, and we go back to the Webster Groves and Cottleville War, Doug. Who knew it existed, Martin?
But
I did not know.
I've yet to get a real reason why someone doesn't like him.
No, I don't know either.
I just think the league's had some struggles on his watch.
Yeah, I mean, there have been two that I think people hold them responsible for, and I guess a third.
But you think that's what the beer-drinking fan is thinking when he shows up to award the Stanley Cup?
No, I just think there's a commissioner, and he's viewed as the side of the wealthy owners, and he's the representative, and therefore he gets booed. And I think it's kind of that simple. I thought Silver gets booed a little, not to the Bettman level.
Maybe a little, but I think of the four major, he'd probably be the least booed.
Baseball commissioners don't seem to get booed.
Well, Manfred has said some terrible thing like
Yeah,
that.
the
Where does he get
trophy.
What did he say? The piece of metal that they're fighting for?
The trophy
World
thing.
Series.
He doesn't have as many opportunities, you're right, Doug, to get booed because, like, the draft, like, people aren't, like,
nobody's there at
tuning
the
in.
draft.
It's not like
No.
Goodell at the NFL draft. But I still think if he were to go out in the middle of a crowd in any ballpark, he would get booed.
The Nonling, former TMA, representative, says lockouts tend to be the reason, but can anyone imagine where the game would be right now without a salary cap? It would be MLB-esque with more bankrupt and folding franchises. That is the non-ling giving the explanation for the dislike. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with our Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. If you're looking to buy a home, if you are looking for a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, we're going to make it easy for you here. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He's going to help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out as well. So you say, well, what is the bagel loan? Here's what the bagel loan is. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. The off-air conversation is what the people need here on this program. It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Doug, look who's in studio, the legendary Terry Crouppen, right here.
He's here?
Hello, he's here.
Oh,
he is
God,
here.
Lucky us.
I might need an attorney, Tim, since...
and you can't retain this counsel.
No, I'm sideways with said Terry.
No, I'm sorry.
What did you just say?
I said, you know how on Facebook they say people you might know? Yeah. And I keep getting Mrs. Kilcoyne, I believe, as a person to be friends with. Just friends.
Okay.
But it was odd.
So she's seeking your friendship, or not? Just some kind of metric?
I don't know how it
doesn't sound like a friend request.
No,
it's
it
just
is
someone
not.
you might know.
Okay.
A couple of connections.
Yes, that's it. Just is he buying it?
I thought the way it sounded in the break was that, boy, your wife keeps requesting me to be a friend.
They
This is
keep
getting really
suggesting her.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great.
I wonder if they suggest me to other people. I guess
I'm sure they do, yeah.
What is the algorithm, right?
Nobody calls.
Well, yeah, it'd be a delight if Terry and the lovely Kim were able to be Facebook friends. It'd be a better world.
Yeah, my sentiments exactly.
It sounded more sordid, didn't it, in the break, Tim? It sounded like I was going to be sideways with Terry or my wife.
You know what it is? I'm on radio and I'm trying to make it interesting.
Look at you. Well, here's a way that you can engage our compadre here, Jackson Burkett. You said you had a basketball question.
I have a basketball question.
He's our basketball expert here.
My lucky day. Okay, here's my question. I watch Sports Center and I watch ESPN. Not every day, but a lot of days. And I have never heard this guy, SGA, what is it?
Jackson is getting Martin's
Alexander.
microphone.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yes.
MVP, Terry.
MVP.
Before this year, I never heard his name.
Yeah.
When he became a big star this year, I thought, how would I have never heard? And he's not a rookie. He's been around for a while. Am I right? Did nobody ever mentioned him in terms of the big stars of the game?
I guess it would depend on your level of fandom. He plays in a small market, Oklahoma City.
Right.
He's not American. He's Canadian. He went to Kentucky. Actually, Mizzou first beat Kentucky for the first time in 2018, a game I talk about often. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was on that Kentucky team.
But just for a year,
Yes, he was
just for a year.
Yes.
So you never really get to know these guys in college anymore like we used to.
But if you were a pretty decent basketball fan for the last couple of years, sure. You probably haven't heard of him. And he also has a really long name.
Yes,
it's not
he does.
great, like Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, that was tough for a lot of people to get over. He was just so good. Greek Freak became easy. SGA, much easier to remember.
We always remember.
It does seem to be a thing in the league, though, doesn't it, Jackson, that these players, like the Greek Freak, it takes a little while for them to develop.
Yes. Good drop in there, Martin. Yeah, so you are not alone in being this is your first dalliance with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Never heard of him. He's great.
Yeah, he's outstanding.
A lot of the top players spend 1 year in college, then they get to the NBA and they're 19 or 20 years old. Then it takes them a couple more years until they develop into the stars.
He got drafted by the Clippers, Los Angeles, and then he got traded to Oklahoma City. So he downgraded market-wise, but upgraded team-wise.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, he's...
There's Jackson Burkett giving you basketball information, Terry.
But I'm with you. It did seem like he kind of came out of nowhere to suddenly become the best player in the league.
Yeah, I thought, where was I?
Yeah.
He didn't call, he didn't write.
Right. Just like Martin's wife.
How about this? How about this? Car Wash Dave. Guys, let Terry know we love him and tell him thank you for always sticking up for St. Louis. How about that? Car Wash Dave, Terry.
Thank you, Mom. No, I wish it was my mom. That would be interesting.
You lived in St. Louis your whole life?
I have. Yeah, I grew up here. I went to school here.
Did you go to Clayton? Did you go to Clayton High School?
No, I went to Ladue.
Ladue. Oh, we were doing our Mount Rushmore one day. We got to put you on the Mount Rushmore of Ladue grads.
I don't know if I deserve that. Although a friend of mine sent me or gave me a little hard drive or whatever of our senior year high school football. The game films.
Wow.
And boy, I just walked around a lot.
You walked around out on the field.
I played line, and when you play line, there's a big explosion. Everybody falls down, and then the play is not anywhere close, so you just walk around a lot.
What position did you play?
Yeah, I was a lineman.
Offensive lineman?
We did some of each. Defense is fun.
Yeah.
Offense is just blocking people.
Were you there when Andy Russell was playing?
No, but I met Andy Russell. I think he graduated in 59, and I graduated in 63. And in high school, that's a big difference.
Oh, yeah.
No, there was a guy named Alan Pepper, who was a good friend of mine, and I saw the play that changed my life.
What was it?
We were playing defense, and the quarterback for Kirkwood, I believe, was on about the 10-yard line for the other team. And he fumbles. And I see myself on these grainy films lumbering toward the ball when Alan Pepper, my friend, rushes in, picks the ball up, and scores a touchdown, which for a lineman was not a common thing.
No.
And frankly, I think that got Alan, he became all district because he scored a touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
And I just wasn't in a hurry to get it.
But it could have been you being all
It could have been me. It would have made my mother, actually, we were going to Miami, and she called the University of Miami in Coral Gables and made me an appointment to be recruited. Now, I was not...
That's how the best recruits happen. Their mom calls.
And I walked in, and they said to me, "Where are your game films?" I said, "I don't know. I guess the coach." I didn't know. I should have brought something. And they had some guy named Tank Leonard or something that was being recruited that day. So I got like the janitor to interview me.
Yeah.
But it was
Tank Leonard sounds good.
So pathetic.
And they asked what you did, and you said, "I just kind of stand around a lot."
I did. And if Alan Pepper hadn't have been there, and Alan went on at Missouri to be a all Big 8 guard. At 205 pounds.
Yeah, different world. Well, you must have been a pretty good player for your mother to think you could play at Miami.
I wouldn't confuse my mother's love for talent. No, she didn't know from Miami. I don't even know how she got in touch with him.
What a sliding door moment, though. If it had been you and not Alan Pepper, and then all of a sudden, there is no Brown and Crouppen.
That's right.
Yeah. There's no TMA.
There's no TMA.
There's no Mrs. Kilcoyne. Who would she be pestering?
It is amazing that people could play. People could play offensive or
defensive. Would you like to talk
line.
about? I'm sorry.
I was just saying. You said he weighed 205 pounds. It's amazing how big people have gotten just in a relatively short time of. 50 years or so now?
Yeah, thank you for that.
Well,
50 years, like that's nothing.
Now, if you don't start at 300 pounds, you don't have a chance.
There was a guy from Nebraska back then named Brown, maybe Bob Brown, who was a lineman, and he was like 285. And people thought, where did a human being like this come from? But that's just when they were. There was, I think, a center from. I don't remember his name, but he played center for Missouri at about 160 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they did it.
Gus Otto, maybe? Was that?
Yeah, Gus Otto was. He's a good friend. I think he's still alive. Yeah.
My for the Raiders, Doug.
He was good with them.
And Jimmy Johnson was an offensive lineman at Arkansas, and he's like
I know that always blows me away.
Yeah.
That he was an offensive lineman at Arkansas on a great team, too.
And this wasn't like 150 years ago. It was, just a generation ago, really.
People got a lot bigger.
They sure did.
But no, my career went no place.
You went to Mizzou, but decided not to play there.
I turned down. Well, frankly, the offers of a scholarship, I think, tuition there was $350 a semester.
Oh, yeah.
Back then.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like, oh, my God, it's going to change my life.
Yeah.
It was, and boy, did they work them to death. He would come back. Oh, he would come back, and he would just be beat the,
They used to have 2-a-day practices.
Oh, it was horrible.
Full contact practices.
They'd eat there. They'd be there till tutoring. He'd come back to the fraternity house at 11 o'clock, just dragging.
I bet.
And for $350.
You made a business. It wasn't about your athletic ability. You made a business decision that it was better for you.
That's right.
To advance your career.
Yeah, I didn't care about Dan Devine. He was I think he was he the coach then? I think he was.
Yeah, I think he would have been.
Was Faroe gone when you were there?
In the 60s, it was definitely Dan Devine.
Faroe?
Don Faroe.
Wait, I'm not 118.
All right, now I'm going to listen.
Don Faroe
No offense.
actually built the field. He was actually there with a shovel building the field.
That's right. I was the guy who went and killed the pig to make the football. No, we didn't do that.
Terry Crouppen with us, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. That is the number you can call to talk it over with Terry, talk it over with Ed, talk it over with Andy, and their wonderful staff at Brown and Crouppen.
Dan Devine, 1958 to 70. Dan Devine, Don Faroe, 35, a little before your time, through 56, though.
50,
Not too far.
No, I was there in 63, 64, something like that. 64. But I tell people, watch this little podcast we do, Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches. I mean, it's kind of amusing. I enjoy it.
Do you?
And give us a look. We talk about the topics of the day.
No holds barred, too. I have to ask, now that you've sampled so many different sandwiches, can I get your recommendation? Doug loves Mount Rushmores. Would you give a Mount Rushmore of your favorite sandwich places in St. Louis as of June 2025? Terry?
Yes, I love Adriana's on the Hill.
It's a great selection. Maybe the George Washington, Martin.
Yeah, I know Adriana. I mean, she doesn't come there much anymore, but her whole family runs it.
What do you get when you go there? Or do you diversify?
Well, I usually get an Italian beef, and I'm a soup guy. I don't know. There aren't many of us left. I'm a soup guy, and they make the best soup. I mean, and they're very nice people, and it's just a lovely lunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a nice place. Usually a long line to get there.
It's worth it.
Well, it's not so long that you won't enjoy the experience.
That's right. What would you go with 2, 3, and 4 on your sandwich places in St. Louis with Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches?
Let's see. I don't know.
Well, you live on the hill now,
No,
right? You can just walk right down the street.
I can walk right now. Uvalde's makes a great sandwich on the hill. Adrian.
Yeah.
Not Adrian. Who's the other? Amaghetti's. And where's the Salama Taste? You ever get one of those?
No.
Joya's, yes.
Sure.
And there's a lot of good food on the hill.
A sandwich I've always enjoyed is peanut butter and mayonnaise. Have you ever had that? It is really quite good.
Everybody likes what they like.
That's right.
Some people like some things, some people don't.
Don't let these men laugh at you.
I don't. I'll eat
He
peanut butter and
scolds us
mayonnaise.
for what we eat, Terry. That's what goes on.
Wait, are
here.
you serious?
Yeah.
Yes.
Peanut butter and mayonnaise.
Yes, it's good. It was a long-time Southern treat. My mother gave it to us. It's really good.
Southern what?
Southern sandwich.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I guess it's easy to make.
It is.
Terry, where are you on German food? We had a discussion earlier about sauerbraten.
I think schnitzel and strudel are the two. I mean, first of all, German food, I believe, is my number one.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
Really?
Doug's not a fan of the German food.
Well, it's heavy.
Yeah. It is heavy.
It's not delicate food, but it's what they used to call trencherman food. It's
like
hearty and big and fried generally.
Yeah.
It's not good for you.
No.
That's why there are no Germans around. No, but it's not good for you, but boy, is it good. Strudel and apple strudel is just the best. Missouri Bakery on the hill, apple strudel.
More Yola.
I'm trying to, maybe somebody will send me some.
Send Terry some strudel.
Apple strudel. That does sound good.
And schnitzel. Ooh,
yeah.
Fried veal. Come on.
Sauerbraten. A lot of sauces on there.
Yeah.
A little gravy-esque.
Who didn't like it?
I don't care for it too much.
Okay. Well, you eat mayonnaise.
I do. Mayonnaise, so what do I know?
That's sort of, well, that's true.
Terry Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Always great to talk it over with you, Terry. Thanks so much for coming in.
Am I leaving?
Yes.
Was it the German food? No. Or was it, Martin's? Martin's issue?
Seeking legal counsel as we speak.
That's Terry Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA here on 101 ESPN. And the TMA STL YouTube channel will take a break. Come back with more here on 101. Moritz Reusch Jewelers online at ninjabling.com. Dan and his family operate locally owned, locally operated Moritz Reusch Jewelers, and they are located in Richmond Heights in the tower right across from the St. Louis Galleria on the 15th floor. This is engagement season, and if you are looking for an engagement ring, that's the place to go. Moritz Reusch on the 15th floor of the tower right across from the St. Louis Galleria, close to Clayton in Richmond Heights. They have so much jewelry in stock. Specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together pretty quickly. They also can do custom jewelry if you want to design something from the ground up. It is Moritz Reusch Jewelers online at ninjabling.com. Third generation, family owned and operated. It's Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Dawn Wells.
I think Ginger is the only one still alive from the cast.
She's going to join us tomorrow. Valerie Bertinelli in the 10 o'clock hour and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, do you pronounce it Jonathan? I bet you have a problem with it. I bet you have a problem with that.
I do have a problem with it. Let's spell it correctly, folks.
Jackson, is it Jonathan?
That's what it looks like.
Who are we talking about?
The guy with the home run last night for the
Clace?
Blue Jays.
Clace?
Clace,
yeah.
I think that's how he says it.
There's no H in there, bro.
There's no H in the Jonathan?
Yeah.
I think it's still Jonathan.
Well, then let's spell it correctly.
What were you pronouncing as a second ago? I'm on tape to listen.
It's spelled Jonathan.
You're on a 3-second delay in the studio?
Feels like it. Jonathan, yeah. I don't know. I know he's hit one home run his whole career, and he looked like Ken Griffey against Ryan Helsley.
Sort of a Schrodinger's cat moment.
Nice.
Yeah, it's both Jonathan and Jonathan. If you find out, then you killed the cat.
He's both dead and alive.
Doug, it's a beautiful day in St. Louis, and it would feel even better if the Cardinals were 37-29 and they were 3 outs away. Following this moment in the bottom of the 8th, here is audio of, is this Chip Carey's call?
That's right.
Take a listen.
Okay.
Swing and a drive. That's hammered. That ball is gone. Gone.
Great call. Great call.
It was a great call. It was a great moment. That was a hell of a moment.
Yeah, I thought in the moment, that's the same place where Mookie Betts hit the home run Sunday. And I thought that was a weak home run. It was, of course, against my boy John King on Sunday.
Yeah, you're a big John King guy.
That's my guy. That spot, it's out in 29 of 30 ballparks, according to StatCast. Same with Mookie, same with Herrera. That, for whatever reason, it seems like it's really short, but it's gone everywhere.
Only ballpark it's not out of is?
Ooh.
Oh, I feel like it's obvious.
Fenway?
Yeah.
Oh, because of the
wasn't high enough.
Right, not high enough. Yeah, that makes sense.
That'd be my assumption. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let me take a look because that's a shorter porch, but it's obviously taller, not high enough.
37 feet high.
Give me a moment.
You like that song "High Enough" by Damn Yankees?
I don't
Ted
know it.
Nugent, and then some of the guys from Night Ranger.
We're coming back with
I
it.
don't know that I've heard
Thank
it.
you. Yeah, you'll enjoy it when Jackson returns.
All right, going to a StatCast, going to the scoreboard, and I'm going to find out that information for you because I'm curious. I love StatCast, not necessarily like I base my opinions off of it, but I find it fascinating, and so I'm going to find out.
Tim, I found a Reddit page. Why is Gary Bettman hated and booed? The only part I really like is the question. My wife and I only became really serious hockey fans in 2018. Can people weigh in on why Commissioner Gary Bettman is hated and booed all the time?
Okay.
Relatively serious answers would be appreciated.
Uh-oh.
Funny is always welcome, too.
Okay.
That's how they premise it. And then one said he prioritizes money. Regional sports network deals, allowing blackouts, over growing the sport. So a lot of discussion about not growing the sport. But I just enjoyed the premise there. Relatively serious answers would be appreciated. Funny is also welcome. We should put that on the text
And by
line.
prioritizing money, wouldn't that make him like every other commissioner in sports?
I guess the TV deals they didn't like. Trying to grow the game. Then Matt Poling, friend of the show, said all commissioners get booed. And I said, what about Garber, MLS? He said, all the time. I didn't realize that was a thing, too. So Don Garber's getting...
He gets booed.
I don't think I've ever seen an
Taking heat.
NBA commissioner booed.
There probably would have been times when Stern probably got booed, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I miss the annual David Stern Jim Rome interview every summer. David, time to talk about the WNBA and why you're funding a losing product. Jim, he's like, Jim, are we going to do this every year? Yes, we are. Every year he would crush the WNBA and Stern would have to defend it.
Adam Silver is traditionally booed during the NBA draft, so that is something that is celebrated regularly. And David Stern got booed a good amount as well. But I don't know what the root of it was. Some of the boos were directed at draft picks or teams and not necessarily him, but he, per Google, quote, seemed to relish the attention and even embrace the boos, even making light of them with his playful banter. Ah, yes, Doug, David Stern's playful banter.
Not my first thought. After the CP3 trade thing, I would assume he got big time booed. That was tough. he blocked a trade when he was, at the time, in charge of the then Pelicans, or then Hornets.
Oh, son of a... Deadspin's still around. And they have a supercut of David Stern getting booed and loving it. Didn't know it was still around. Still around? Nurse?
I don't know.
Martin's so upset he left.
I don't visit. He's had enough.
No more David Stern slander.
No more David Stern slander for Martin. 314-399-9646. Garber is hated because of all the expansion and the Austin and Columbus situation. That's from Just Don't Press Push. The only commissioner I can think of that doesn't get booed is Tim. Heavy are the pants that hold the dong. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. And he sends in pictures of his wife, Doug.
Heavy are the pants.
Anyone in St. Louis booing Bettman's a moron. He gave us the Winter Classic and All-Star game after the Rams left. Get over the lockout, cretins. That's from Star of the Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton.
The star is shining brightly.
Yes,
I've loved the use of the word cretins.
You like that there?
It's really funny.
Hey, guys, we going to hear any drops in this hour or ... That's a big topic.
Oh, what do you know?
Jackie, just go on a little binge here. Feed him. Just gorge him. Whatever you got. Chuck.
Go to hell.
Oh, like it. Princessa.
Media says watch out for Rask.
Yeah, Marlo.
And they love it in St. Louis.
Any of the above. It's all good.
He's just firing now.
Yeah, look,
Still a great night.
He's like Herbie Hancock on the keys over there. He's just...
Hey, was I just suspended by the morning after?
Who said that?
Boy,
Can be.
There's a high bar set here for coaching in St. Louis, apparently.
That's producer Joe, who's giving away 4 tickets to tonight's game in Section 137 and a parking pass, courtesy of his joint Easy Pass. How about that? How about that, Prod Joe? That's where he is. And he said, hey, you want some tickets for the Email of the Day prize? I said, okay. Cleared that with little Jackie Papers over there. Got it done. So you win the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day today. You get 4 tickets to tonight's Cardinals and Blue Jays game in Section 137. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. This program's called TMA. It's presented by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. New sponsor here on TMA. Welcome aboard to Dents Express, a local gem, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal. Whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they are experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations with no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right, you just drop it off. They're going to take it from there. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located right in the West County area. Call them at 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050, or just swing by. Tell Gray that I sent you that way. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Coming up tomorrow evening, you'll get Game 3 of the NBA Finals with the Thunder and Pacers heading to Indianapolis for that game. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. That's going to be a 6:30 pregame with a 7:30 tip-off. Again, that's tomorrow, Thunder Pacers Game 3. This is another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is like a remix. Is this a remix?
I don't recognize this.
Is this a remix by like Bad Boy Records?
Like a Weird Al version.
The full song that got edited down for the TV show?
Yeah, that's probably it. Good call, Doug.
Yeah. A lot of people pointed out earlier, Doug, that the MASH theme song actually had lyrics. They took it out for the TV show.
Suicide is painless.
That's the name of it. Yeah. Then they also said, Doug, why do you hate Korean veterans? Because you didn't like the song.
Oh. No, I like the song. It's just more of a music bed. I like songs you can sing to for theme songs.
I didn't recognize that Cheers. It almost sounded like a spoof, didn't it?
It was like a remix, and there was a heavy guitar riff in there.
Yes, definitely on that.
Cheers is straight trash. Only good thing that came from it was Frasier. It's in the 636. Wow, an anti-Cheers take out of nowhere.
Yeah, you don't hear many of those.
But it's a little support for David Hyde Pierce.
About time. About time he got his proper dues.
Give me John Mahoney any day of the week. I really enjoyed his work in the 1996 film She's the One.
Oh, yes. Great. And great soundtrack. A lot of Tom Petty.
Yeah.
And the great scene with Ed Burns. And I've quoted it often.
I do as well.
He's screaming at the boys or whatever and about going to church. And they go, Dad, you don't even believe in God. And he said, that hasn't stopped me from being a good Catholic.
Exactly right.
That just sums it all up.
Any Irish Catholic can recall that moment in their childhood as well. And Doug, what a wonderful collection of actresses, all in the infancy of their career. Jackson, can you list the actresses since you own goodorbad.com in its pre-revenue stage?
Sure. That'd be Jennifer Aniston, of course.
Are you looking at this right now?
Yeah.
Well, that's stupid.
I thought that you were doing it like I was just presenting, like here they are. She's the One. You think I have that off the top of my head?
Oh, Martin just talked about how wonderful a picture it is. John Mahoney.
Yeah, Cameron Diaz, Leslie Mann, Amanda Peet. And weren't they all vying for Edward Burns' love?
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote the movie.
Conveniently enough.
And directed it.
I mean, he was doing just fine with that crusty Tarlington.
Sure. And he was great in Saving Private Ryan.
Brothers McMullen.
Yeah.
Kind of had a theme.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Edward Burns films, 314-399-9646. John Mahoney went to Western Illinois. Thanks.
Wow,
That's the St. Charles
Joe Roderick.
Plowboy.
Rodney Harrison. This is a random Mount Rushmore.
Eastern Illinois has the really awesome. That's like a truly sick.
Sean Payton.
I have
Tony
no idea
Romo,
what this is in reference to,
Childress.
but it says, bad take, you St. Charles filth.
Oh.
That's from Merp the Barbarian?
Gosh.
Burl Ives went to Eastern Illinois.
Burl
Ives!
He did.
Burl Ives.
Silver and gold.
John Malkovich?
Silver and gold.
John Malkovich went to Eastern Illinois.
I think he's a Chicago guy. That would fit.
This really might be the best of a smaller school. Eastern Illinois might have it.
Kevin Duckworth.
Really?
Played for the Blazers.
Sure.
You should know that. Jim Woodcock. Who else? We'll take your Eastern Illinois calls. And...
Joan Allen.
Oh.
Jimmy John, founder of Jimmy John's. Pretty outstanding.
We're sideways with him because he hunts.
Maybe we should have looked into Eastern Illinois when we were deciding on our own college choices.
Yeah. It's a hell of a Mountain Rushmore.
I didn't even think of the place.
Guys, Woody Harrelson went to Melville. That's from The Big Show.
He didn't.
I know I knew Jenkins did, but
Yes.
Woody Harrelson?
No, he did not.
Mark Hanna sponsored the 9 o'clock hour. Melville.
Yes,
Woody
that's true.
Harrelson?
Not Melville. No.
Randy Potter.
Yeah.
Melville.
Gary Heide, coach of Melville. Sideways hat.
Merp the Barbarian says the Cheers take is what I was talking about, Tim. Great show. That's Merp the Barbarian, not happy with the Cheers take.
Jimmy Garoppolo is another Eastern Illinois quarterback.
I've never really heard an anti-Cheers take.
That's a rare one.
Yeah.
The conversation's always like Seinfeld versus Friends. But I think a lot of people watch both, right? I mean, you guys were much more alive than I was at that time.
Much more alive.
Much more like, kind of like the cat in the bag. We were alive and dead at the same time.
I have to agree with Merp the Barbarian. Cheers is a great show, and the 636 had a typical St. Charles take. Go eat Italian food in a strip mall, you Cottleville sack ass. That's from Arbor Day, who is not happy with the anti-Cheers take, which Doug candidly surprised me, but now it has really upset some of the people texting into the program.
And a restaurant can't be good if it's in a strip mall?
I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to use Paul Manos
there it is. That's
as
the
my
play.
example.
Yeah.
Paulie Manos, Doug, and I'll take the Lamba if you don't mind.
And we ate at that place down in spring training, Jupiter, that was in a strip mall. Seafood.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
fantastic.
Jackie, the three of us sat outside.
Yeah.
You two shared it. I was
Food check.
I was cleaning out. You get videos in your phone, gets clogged down. I had some old videos and I had you two sharing a dessert.
Oh, yeah. Stars of Light.
Taking up a minute of video time in my phone.
That was a great dinner.
Sam the Butcher from the Brady Bunch went to Soldan?
I don't know.
I'm going to have to do a little deep dive.
Soldan used to be big money of St. Louis.
And that's where Sam the Butcher
big
went to
money
butcher
went.
school? And
Probably.
then he went on the Brady Bunch?
Very
and
well could have.
And he slept with Ann B. Davis.
I don't know about that.
Was
her business.
Alice not going out with Sam the Butcher?
Felt like a cover.
Oh, you think so? For who?
Both.
That's hot, man. I like that. I honestly
We'll
don't.
take your Alice call.
Yeah, your thoughts on Alice on the Brady Bunch and Sam the Butcher serving as a beard. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the program, and of course email in. Producer Joe just said I'm going to give away some tickets and you guys can give them away for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email day. Beautiful day in St. Louis. Forecast glorious, high of 80s, sunny skies, and the Blue Jays are in town, and these Redbirds are looking to bounce back after losing 2 in a row. Producer Joe says, here's 4 tickets in Section 137 and a parking pass. If you ever wanted to go to a Cardinal game during the summer with the family, tonight is your night. Just send in an email for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, today, I think we could have a star born in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, because somebody's sitting there going, you know what? I don't think I can compete with Buck Swope. I can't compete with the JV golf coach. I can't compete with the Rat in Bloomsdale and the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And all of a sudden, there's that carrot from Producer Joe and his landing strip, and they go, you know what? I'm going to write one in today, and I'm going to get those tickets for my family. I'm going to get that parking pass for my family, and a star will be born at 10:50 today on these airwaves. It's going to be a magical 10 o'clock hour.
Maybe we'll see the reemergence of the West County turkey baster.
Can you even imagine? That'd be emotional.
It really would be. Here come the waterworks.
Cheers taught me how to sit in the same spot at the bar and make fun of people. Just ask Tiny Pee-Pee. He knows. That's from the puddle under Piddle's cuck chair.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Orlovsky.
I ate at Paulie's on Friday. Tried a veal piccata. As Tim says, it will pawn your hole. That's from Starfish Street. Doug, I'll get the Lamba, or I'll get the cannelloni if I'm not feeling like the Lamba.
And the
All the paisans are going to be jumping with joy.
The hole that gets pawned, that's your pie hole?
I just read what's in the teleprompter.
Okay.
That's from Starfish.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
Alice would have whipped Jackie Paper's ass. That's from the 8:30 record.
Who the hell's Alice? Is that Dingbat?
No, that was Vera. And then there was Flo. She said, kiss my grits, but you're on the wrong program. This is Ann B. Davis, who played the role of Alice. And she, of course, was the maid that the family was able to afford with 6 children.
Yeah, those shows.
Blended family.
They always had just massive house, like Danny Tanner's house in Full House. It's like this gorgeous San Francisco where he's TV.
He ran a sports book, but they kept it off air.
Yeah, it was a morning news guy.
Mr. Brady was an architect.
Yeah.
Always had those plans folded up.
If you like Reddit conspiracy theories, and I wouldn't suggest that on a beautiful day like today, but the Kevin's dad in Home Alone might have been mobbed up as a pretty fun conspiracy theory holding them down because that
was a beautiful house,
gorgeous Chicago house.
I believe one of Tucker's personalities called in and had like a 20-minute debate on the legitimacy of some of the sitcom families' homes.
Yes, there's a real question there.
Well, I think one of the most controversial of all time is the Friends residents, considering that they weren't really necessarily making a whole lot of money, yet they had these massive places in Manhattan.
Right. It's anything said in Manhattan, like Sex in the City. They're always just like hanging out, having wine at 3 p.m. It's like, does anyone work? But that's why TV. It's supposed to be
TV.
It's supposed to be fantasy
for
world.
you?
Not at all. It would
Would Friends have been the same if that was a high rise in Toledo? Probably not.
But
Shout out to Chuckles Marlowe, though.
The value of those houses that they use for the exterior shots has skyrocketed over the years. You see it every now and then on Zillow or whatever, the Home Alone house and the Brady Bunch house.
Yeah.
They're obviously real houses. They just took a few shots of the exterior of them.
That's a good question right there. What movie or TV house would you most want? Like if you could.
Wow.
That could be in clearing the deck.
Yeah, it feels like a 10-2 vehicle, maybe tomorrow, clearing the deck, or maybe today.
The Dallas Ranch would have been a nice place to live.
That Sex in the City's still going on. Did you know that?
Is it really?
Yeah, they shut it down 25 years ago. Then they did 2 movies.
Right.
And now they're on the 3rd season of And Just Like That. And I gave in last night. And I go, okay, I'll watch it with you. I already popped the pills, and I figured I'd see Gary Coleman on a tricycle by the time I get to this thing. The next thing I know, Miranda, the redhead, is sleeping with Rosie O'Donnell, who's a nun.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
what in the world's going on with the script? I'm not making this up.
You sure that's not the pills?
I'm telling you.
Which is which.
And I guess Rosie O'Donnell, I don't know what's going on, but I didn't necessarily recognize her. Last time I had seen her, I think she was man in the hot corner with Madonna in A League of Their Own.
Mm-hmm.
And Miranda's, she's now a lesbian, and the lesbian bar was closing down, and I'm like, well, I'll take what I can get, but then it's Rosie O'Donnell who's the one who approaches her, and they wind up hooking up, and it turns out that in the show, Rosie O'Donnell's a nun. I hope this doesn't spoil anything for the 101 audience.
And that plays into your fantasy somehow?
No.
Oh my goodness.
So that'll do it for me. That'll do it for me.
Yeah.
And then the pills just took effect, and I thought, was that a nightmare? Nope, that's really going on, Martin. I don't know if I'm going to recommend this one for you. I recommended the Bin Laden documentary and the John Hamm program, Your Friends and Neighbors, at this moment, and Just Like That with Rosie O'Donnell. I don't know if I can give you that one as a recommendation. Maybe give me a few more sods.
I think the early signs that Trump liked to nuke people via tweets, I think Rosie O'Donnell may have been the early victim of that.
Call her the Slav O'Donnell.
Yeah, I think I feel like the beginning stages of him nuking people with a tweet may have been Rosie.
She was the inaugural one?
I feel like that's the truth.
You can nuke us and win 4 Cardinal tickets and a parking pass tonight.
And maybe meet Joe.
At Inside, and maybe meet producer Joe the morning after at InsideSTL.com. St. Charles is not happy with me in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Says I have given away a spoiler alert, Doug, for season 3, episode 1 of And Just Like That.
And this is a Sex and the City reboot?
Yes.
Ugh, man.
Well, maybe it's just
originality.
A helpful warning that you gave people.
Did Linda Lavin play Alice? Is that what I'm looking at? Okay.
Oh, sure.
And she's going to kick my ass?
Linda Lavin's going to kick your ass?
She's been dead for 6 months. Rest in peace.
But Iggy sent me her number.
Really? Seemed like
along with Leonard Nimoy.
I just don't get why Alice would kick my ass. I didn't get that text. Very confused.
Don't try to make sense of it.
I think they're just saying anyone could beat you up.
That's true.
I think that's what they're
Never been in the fight, Martin. Never been in the fight.
Is that right?
Mm-mm.
What about you and Sweet Kai over this +1 thing next week in Cape Cod? I could see that getting rough.
No, I definitely don't want to fight with my friends. But no, never been in a fight. Don't really plan on getting in one.
What about Harrison's brother, Master?
Fighting listeners? Oof.
Rich in Maryland Heights. I'm on my way down there to the station right now.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to fight anybody. These hands, they're not for combat.
Not for combat.
They're built for pleasure, not for speed.
May have been a couple of scraps of Marquette. And one time, my buddy Kurt Kohler, some guys on the street are talking, whatever. It's all stupid. Everybody's drinking. And my buddy Kurt, big, strong guy, he pulls some guy back. And I'm supposed to, we're all drunk.
Wow, this is like a real brawl.
It was like a real scrap. And we'd all had too many drinks. And I swung, and I hit my buddy Kurt right in the face.
No. Oh, gosh. It's like a film.
I think it ended the fight because he was like, "You punched me."
Email in for those 4 Cardinal tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Somebody's going to win a big prize today for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin is headed to onboarding. We're headed to the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Different building, same street. Proud to have called St. Louis home. For 135 years now, they partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. It's one of the fastest growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Great selection, Jackson Burkett.
You bet.
Great selection, Jackson Burkett. Alan Thicke, who would later play Dr. Jason Seaver on Growing Pains, and then his son Robin would have the song with Pharrell and T.I. in 2013.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And they'd be sued by Marvin Gaye's estate, and he would lose tens of millions of dollars.
Yep.
Like, there it is. It all goes back to different strokes.
Who lost the tens of millions?
Robin Thicke.
Oh.
Alan's son.
Okay.
Yeah. Blurred Lines, another song that has not aged well.
I hate it when I lose tens of millions of dollars.
Emily Ratajkowski in that video?
But that's not why he lost tens of millions of dollars. It was because it sampled Marvin Gaye's... What song did it sample, Doug?
I forget.
Well, either way.
But it was big there for a while, wasn't it?
It was. That song was huge.
Got to Give It Up.
Got to Give It Up. Marvin Gaye and Marvin Gaye's family sued and won a big lawsuit. It looks like Papers is over there reading. That's what I sense.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Chairman's correct on the, just a song that's, a lot of controversy around it.
Because they did a video where they were nude.
The lyrics are a little... Read the lyrics without the song. It's like, ooh.
How do I explain that to my kids?
That's that is the most real usage of how do I explain that to my kids. Mm-hmm. Not great.
Doug, what is great is ESPN coming out with their list of what teams need to do before the trade deadline that's only 50 days away.
Oh, brother.
The author of that, Tim.
And now we have to guess what each team is going to do.
Bradford Doolittle.
Back again, baby.
Bradford's back again. Guess who's back? Bradford's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? 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 That's Eminem and Dre.
Yeah.
Well, the Cardinals need to do this. Pick a lane.
Hear that, Doug?
The Cardinals have exceeded their middling expectations and are well positioned to make a real push for the playoffs. Still, they are at best a 50-50 candidate to play into October. What does that mean for the kinda sorta quick rebuild the Cardinals kinda sorta entered into over the winter? If offloading the Cardinals' tradable contingent of pitchers, especially Ryan Helsley, would attract plenty of attention. Going into that mode becomes more difficult if the Cardinals' playoff odds keep going up. And even if that happens, does that then put St. Louis in the adding group? That is Bradford, Doolittle, the Cardinals' playoff chances, 42.1%, 1.1 chance for 12 in 25.
Just a 1% chance to win the whole thing?
That's right.
I would not give up. I would not break it apart at this point. You're just now getting the fans back at the stadium. I wouldn't tinker with that. And if you got a shot, and it looks like they've got a shot to be in the playoffs, I think you go for it. I think any season that you've got a chance, you go for it.
Jackson, you said no.
No on.
I thought you said no when Doug was talking.
No. I am with Doug. It's taken me a while to get there. I think there's possibly ways where you can still compete and make some moves for the future. It's hard to do, obviously, but I think someone like Helsley is I think you can still be good without Ryan Helsley.
So you would trade Helsley, but continue to.
Yeah. I think I think there's a way to do so. I think we talk about the Brewers trading Hader at the time and what that did to the clubhouse, and that's undeniable. But they also had Devin Williams ready to go. They had a reliever, and it didn't work out for them. But I didn't think the move was crazy.
You didn't think the Brewers move was crazy? Wow.
Not from a straight baseball move perspective. I get the inner workings of it and what that means to a clubhouse that's brutal. And then the Cardinals obviously went on a run, so it looks even worse. But I got the move in the moment. And so I think there's a way to possibly still compete and not, you could even move on from maybe even Arenado and Helsley and still truly compete. I mean, I know Arenado's had some very clutch hits, but it's not like he's been a world ender by any means.
No, I wonder what the market is for him at this point.
That's the better question.
Yeah. The Cardinals should have traded Helsley when his value was at an all-time high. Doug, that's from Steven Time. Didn't you suspend him earlier?
Yeah,
I did.
If you didn't,
in fact,
then do
I put
it
a
now.
letter in his file.
And so what happens to that when you text in when you've been suspended and you received a letter in your file?
Usually traveling, isn't it?
This guy, well, he's in deep doo-doo is what happens. And that's not a place you want to find yourself.
Jackson, the Brewers players were pissed because Hader had another year under contract. That's from Thanks, Dad.
I totally get it from like the inside the room perspective, but like Devin Williams is really, really good. Did you need two really awesome, really good closers when you can make a move that could possibly benefit your future? And I got it in the moment. Now, I'm not saying that the Cardinals have a Devin Williams type player just waiting in the wings, but I think there's options to explore.
I just don't think the Cardinals starting pitching has got enough to be anything that would be dangerous. And I hope I'm wrong. I think you're starting to see it wobble a little bit. And therefore, I would understand if they did elect to pivot and sell. But as we talk now, because we're talking on June 10th, and 3 outs away from what would have been one of the more dramatic comeback wins that they've had in recent years, the decision does not have to be made. If you're sitting here in this exact same spot, same winning percentage, 4 games back, a month from now the conversation's more real. And I really will be curious how the organization handles it. The great news for them is after these 2 against the Blue Jays, you have the series in Milwaukee, and then on the south side of Chicago, and then a week from Monday, the Cubs come to town for 4. So you are going to get what should be the biggest 4-game series attendance that they've had since 2022. And, win 3 of 4 there and continue to get this town going on the Cardinals. That's a real shame about what happened last night. I mean, you lose the game. Helsley's had some rough outings as of late. But that's the kind of win. Saturday was thrilling. I loved Saturday's game against the Dodgers. But that one came out of nowhere last night. I mean, you're down 3-0 in the bottom of the 8th, and you haven't done a damn thing. And all of a sudden, you get the 1 hit to make it 3-1, and then the 3-run shot. That's something that, a good portion of the St. Louis metropolitan area is talking about this morning with a little fire under their ass, and instead it turns into a really difficult loss. So that's a shame. And again, you're talking about the difference between being 6 games over 500 and 8 games over 500 and picking up a game on the Cubs and the Brewers. So that one's smarts, and we'll see how they respond to the festivities this evening and the busmans tomorrow.
If they were to decide to go for it this year and add a piece or two, what area do you think they would add?
Starting pitching.
Yeah.
I think they need a bat in the outfield.
That's certainly, that gets into what are they going to do, because, okay, you've got 2 spots spoken for in the outfield. Mm-hmm. Are they going to continue to let Jordan Walker, if they are in the mix, start every game?
Mm-hmm. I don't know that they have 2 spots spoken for. If you're going to turn over center fielder Victor Scott long term, I mean, he's not hitting much. Not hitting much. 236, 2 home runs, 19 RBIs.
So you're pulling the plug on Younger.
I'm not pulling the plug. I'm saying I haven't seen enough yet to say, yeah, this is your center fielder for the next 5 or 6 years. We got to hit more than that.
Sure.
The Cardinals in June, and we are sitting here on June 10th having this conversation. Victor Scott's not batting average, not OBP. His OPS is 150.
Oh, God.
His batting average is 0.
Yeah.
Lars Nootbaar, this isn't his batting average. This isn't his OBP. This is his OPS. It's 459, and his average is 161. Why do you say they need an outfield bat?
Because they're desperate for an outfield bat.
Here's a little stat for you, Doug. In the last 4 games, Cardinal outfielders have 6 total hits. That's the same number of earned runs the Cardinal starters have given up in that same stretch.
Wow.
Not great.
No. You know who has the highest OPS in the Cardinals in June?
In June.
My vocal pitch should have told you, I think Tim's conveying surprise.
It is a surprise. Huh?
See, we can speak in a 6th sense.
Win is
Haley Joel Osment, am I right? Haley Joel Osment, Bruce Willis.
Seems like Win is hit okay.
But
Contreras
OPS
is kind of coming around
a little bit of pop. Give me Burley got the bat.
No.
We have initials, please.
NG.
Nick Garner.
Oh, wow.
Nick
Who's
Garner.
Nick Garner?
Nick Garner.
He's on the team now? Huh. Nolan Gorman. They could put Gorman at third now and probably get close to what Burleson is giving them at the bat, at the plate.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
I know
Burleson gets on base a lot more. OPS in June.
No, I said they'd probably put Gorman at third over Arenado. If you could
okay.
find a
I
trade
thought you said
partner for
Burleson.
Arenado.
Yeah,
At
or
this point-
Sajacy. Sajacy is, I think, you really want to give the runway to.
And unless
Both.
Arenado turns it up a notch, you could probably get something similar at this point from Gorman or Sajacy at third.
Yeah.
What's hurt this month is Nootbaar and the strikeouts.
I mean, last night he
He's
tried
striking
to
out
rip
more than 1 out of 3 at bats so far in the month of June.
Yeah,
11 strikeouts, and the next closest Cardinal is at 7.
One of them last night, a breaking ball towards the hand. He just tries to tear the cover off the baseball, and he's the leader in home runs in the team, which is not necessarily a huge praise to him, but more where the power's out of the team. But like you're hitting leadoff, you don't have to drive every single pitch. Just get on base. Set the plate, Doug. Set the table. Set the plate. Table setters.
Set the table.
Yeah, he has a green glove. I like that.
A green glove.
His glove's green.
They need to add another catcher, Doug. That's some big tough.
Well, I think 4 is
Just throw
plenty.
Pozo in the outfield.
4 catchers are plenty.
You look at those Yankees teams in the late 90s, they had 6 catchers.
I don't know that they did.
Yeah.
That's why Jackson is high on.
They're going to make a Moneyball movie about the St. Louis catching department in 2025.
Way back when the Yankees had enough catchers that they put Yogi Berra in left field.
See? Follow the model.
Exactly.
Follow
Left
the
field.
model. That's what we got to do.
Yeah.
Work then, it'll work now. All they do is hit.
Yeah.
I was waiting for the ninth. I was like, do we have a catcher coming up? If not, we're screwed. Nope. Jeff Lebowski struck out. Delayed.
You're mad at. There's a lot of Valade hanging in this text inbox.
Doug had to take yesterday, and I was kind of pushing back on him, but there has to be someone who can hit a little bit better than he can. I thought he was like he's played in the majors before, like 2021, I think he debuted with.
Barrero?
No. Ryan
it's
Valade.
Barrero that doesn't. They've used him in the outfield.
Yeah,
it's
both
like
of them.
5 years
Both.
of not hitting in the major leagues.
See, this is why Luken Baker needs to be able to play the outfield. Prime opportunity for him.
He's a little big, a little heavy for the outfield.
You can email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 4 tickets to tonight's Cardinals and Blue Jays game. That is the prize, plus a parking pass for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. We're going to call it UWD. That's right. Universal Windows Direct says this to our TMA audience. If you are a homeowner, you know how it goes. You work hard for your home. You can take great pride in it, but let's be honest, it's always something, right? There's always a project that needs some attention. And sometimes the big ones, like replacing old windows, get pushed to the bottom of the list. But UWD wants you to know that this is the time to finally check that box. With Universal Windows Direct, it's one of the easiest decisions that you can make. Right now, they are running their home improvement season sale, and the offer is too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year. And that gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, savings, and curb appeal before you ever make a payment. Call 314-334-2522. That's 314-334-2522. Or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Trust me, you'll be so glad you did. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. love this song, but I thought we were coming back with High Enough by Damn Yankees at some point.
That's right. Yeah. I'll play it.
Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Thank you to Dolly Parton for providing that for us.
I like the open. At this moment, we have not received any submissions, however, including the one that supposedly came in from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. We're just looking for a 30-second to 2-minute audition reel. And there's a part of me that's starting to think we might need to have a seed round of funding to raise some capital to pay the stars of the Real Housewives of TMA. Sharon, let Doug know your number. And obviously, a lot of private equity guys listen to this show, and we'll see if we can get this across the finish line.
We might have to be open to men transitioning, too, who'd like to play a role in the show.
Take a listen to this. This is the song that plays under Sharon in the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom leaving the zoo after a drunken brawl.
Leaving the zoo?
Is there a lot of brawls at the zoo?
I haven't seen any myself.
I don't really know what would get you to be so upset.
No,
I'm going to say 1990 to get me 89 and 91. I feel pretty good about it. I feel like 92 is live. I don't think 88 is all that live. High Enough, Damn Yankees.
19 and 90.
And you appreciated, you like Sister Christian by Night Ranger? Sentimental Street?
It's okay, yeah, sure.
And Night Ranger, Sister Christian was playing during the Boogie Nights scene in which they were looking to get some horse. Am I right on that, Jackson?
Like with Alfred Molina in there?
Yeah. And he was wearing a robe?
Left balloons, right? 99 left balloons.
Oh, do you say Nina or Nana?
Nina? It's definitely 99 left balloons. Almost positive.
I'm telling you, Sister Christian was in there somewhere.
I did a Google search for St. Louis Zoo fights. Multiple articles about fights at the zoo.
Right, and that's why High Enough playing under the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Sharon and Clayton walking out emotionally after, I think this is episode 2, actually. You have the pilot where it's all friendly, but then right at the end, somebody says something about a bad collagen injection, and it sets the stage for episode 2 when they go to the zoo. And they get in a scuffle right outside the...
Was that the prairie dog bin?
Yeah, the reptile house gets
prairie
people.
Dog bin, that's correct. See, take a listen.
This is like the ending, the finale song.
This is like the series finale?
Yeah. Well, certainly the season. Hopefully there's never a series finale, you know?
Doug, the show will go on eternally.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, this song definitely plays in a major portion of Boogie Nights. I'm bad with titles.
This was in Molly Shannon's Superstar as well.
Arbor Day says the Rodon and Fields and Advocare sponsorships are ripe for the picking with this show. That's from Arbor Day.
Well, we got to get it off the ground.
I need to know, Sharon and Clayton, I need your number. We're going to talk to some of these private equity guys who listen to the show, and we're going to see what we can do. That's all I can do.
I think the important thing is we shield them from the angry walruses. These guys get their tusk in a tussy fit and will say cruel and mean-spirited things. That's what they need to be shielded from.
But, Doug, if Sharon says, I need X number per episode, then we know what we can work with.
Okay. All right.
I'll talk to some Clayton finance people. Do that in the next commercial break. Probably have the capital in my Venmo by the time I get done with giving away 4 tickets to the Cardinals and Blue Jays tonight for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Maybe we could just not give away those tickets and sell them on the secondary market and use that capital to pay the housewives.
I'll tell you what. You might get an invite to join the Tam Avenue Capital Partners with that kind of mindset. That is the best song ever. That is from Car Wash Dave. I don't know which one he's talking about. Jackson has played Night Ranger and Damn Yankees.
Probably Night Ranger, if I had to guess. That's probably more like, would Damn Yankees, that song be classified as glam metal?
Glam metal.
I don't even know what that is, really.
Hair metal? Is it the same thing? I would think so.
Is Motley Crue hair metal?
I would say.
Okay, then yeah, that's probably the same thing.
Mount Rushmore of Motley Crue song.
What puts the hair on the metal?
Well, I think it's because of their hair, right?
Right.
Just guys with lots of hair?
Yeah, and they would
most bands have guys with lots of hair.
Yeah, but in the 1980s, they would have big blonde hair. Vince Neil, Bret Michaels.
Okay. All right. So just your hair.
I guess John Bon Jovi would probably fall into that category with Bon Jovi. I'm trying to do my Mount Rushmore here. I feel like I'm leaving an obvious one out there, and I don't feel good about it. From hair metal from the 1980s. Tim, I saw Night Ranger at Lake Havasu MTV Spring Break in 1994. Easy pickings of busted down 1980 high school grad divorcees who smoked 3 packs a day and had tattoos before they were cool. Downside, lots of shrubs. That's from the Morrison Woods Wacko.
And they were busted down?
Class of 1980.
3 packs of darts a day? You just
to lay a base.
You have to smoke 2 at a time.
3
That's what,
packs
60 cigarettes?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness.
Most of the fights at the zoo were started by Cottleville Fats who use vinyl siding panels as weapons. That's from the Fluffernutters
You don't
campaign
bring
moderator.
vinyl siding with you to the zoo?
Where would you even put it? Hold on to it like a surfboard?
I guess you'd have to get there in a truck, keep your vinyl siding in the truck bed, and then get out. And when you get around the seals or something, then you start swinging that vinyl.
Hey, I'll be back in 40 minutes after I run to my parked car.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll work.
All right. Van Halen and Def Leppard are also making the Mount Rushmore per our texters. Doug, that is our hair metal from the 1980s. Maybe more the David Lee Roth era than the Sammy Hagar era. 1984.
A lot of body hair, like a bear.
See? Rat and Whitesnake, nice.
Dokken.
They had Dream Warriors from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, 1989.
Yeah, for sure, Dream Warriors. Is that the one with Stacey Nelkin, political commentator?
That was Halloween 2, Season of the Witch.
Season of the Witch, right, Halloween.
Of course, absolutely.
The Dream Warriors is different.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. You can email in and compete and win 4 tickets, Section 137, to tonight's festivities. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate and win tickets. Plus, you get a parking pass as well. Doug, Design Air sponsors this email of the day. Tell me about Design Air and Cooling.
Well, when it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, and that is, of course, Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and we are very appreciative of that. That loyalty says a lot. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904 and the home of the handsome repairman.
And that's Justin who Cletus is attracted to?
I believe it was.
Yeah, request Justin if you would like, but that's up to you. Doug is not advocating that. I'm not advocating it. We're just noting that Cletus finds Justin to be attractive.
That's it.
All right, now email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson has a stockpiled Stiefel dossier here, and this is his question from Clearing the Deck, Doug.
All right.
Which sport do you think has the narrowest gap between the professional level and the amateur/recreational level, i.e., a casual golfer compared to tour pros, not college versus pros?
Right. So not like college.
What spurred this Clearing the Deck question?
I was watching some video of Scheffler talking about playing with his buddies.
And he has to give him like 10 strokes.
He has to give him so many strokes, but still often wins. That's what brought. I was like, what do you think is we're a casual? And I don't think the answer is golf.
I do not think the answer is golf.
I don't at all. But then what do you think it is?
I think, and I'm not talking skill positions here, but I think the answer might be football. Like, I think if you were to take a guy you got to have the size, but if you have the size and coached him up for a couple months, they would have a better chance than any other sport. Like, you can't just overnight or even over a month span teach someone how to hit a 99-mile-per-hour fastball.
No.
Okay, I'm in agreement there.
Well, there are people who didn't even play college football that played in the NFL.
Right. That's why I think it might be football. Certainly not hockey, because at a certain point, if you can't skate, it's over. You have no shot.
Right.
And so I think the barrier to entry now, quarterback, wide receiver, corner, a ton of those skill positions, probably not.
Yeah.
But
possibly a run-stuffing, cock-nosed tackle.
Right. That might be, and I'm not saying that as an indictment of any of those guys. They're obviously unbelievably talented and work at it like crazy. But I think to answer that question, I think I might go football.
And there's probably some soccer players who could kick.
Soccer?
With both legs.
Who could kick a field goal for you.
Yeah.
Some casual
right.
fans who could kick.
Right.
Maybe punt.
Yeah, we've seen that with what McAfee does on College Game Day. So I think it might be football.
MD 2020 says it's tennis.
Tennis. Ooh, I don't know on that.
I don't think the casual fan would do a good job of returning 100-mile-an-hour tennis.
You can get your racket on it.
I think it's quicker than that.
Any great athlete can play football. Good call, Jackie. That's from 636.
And again, I don't want to make this sound like because there's always the debate, like, could NBA players play in the NFL and could NFL players play in the NBA? I'm not trying to say like that NFL players aren't extremely skilled and talented. They absolutely are. But to answer that question, I think it might be football. I'd be curious what Kerry Davis would say about that.
Steven Times says it's 100% definitely golf to pros. High school golfer can shoot 70. Football, no chance. The biggest man-to-boy discrepancy. Man-to-boy discrepancy.
Well, if you're talking about high school, but a high school golfer, if they go out at Oakmont at the U.S. Open, they're going to shoot 150.
You don't know. There's a lot of good golfers out there. A lot of them.
You think like a scratch high school golfer would shoot 150?
Not a scratch, but they'd probably shoot, if depending on distance, in the triple digits.
I bet they wouldn't.
Oakmont actually isn't crazy long. It's more about the rough. Dug 5-inch rough that is dense as a thicket. But the course is 7,200 yards.
If you're a scratch golfer, you're probably not shooting 105 at Oakmont. I wouldn't think so.
Depends on the, I don't know. Maybe you're right. But a scratch high school golfer, but I still think that's a good question.
I've always thought the Olympics having just like an everyman in some of the competitions would be great, just to see the disparity between world-class athletes.
You kind of need, a control group like that.
Guys, is HD2 radio producing a sport? You guys seem to just pick them off of landscaping crews and out of college graduations. That's from Arbor Day.
Right.
Doug, and that sounds critical of our gift-giving former producer Joe, who is giving 4 tickets away for the Design Air email of the day. And you and I have decided privately to take those tickets, not give them away, and then market them, and then take that money and give it to Sharon to star in The Real Housewives.
That's exactly right.
I like this business model. It's a hell of a board meeting.
Divert funds.
Yeah, Chairman, delete those minutes from our board meeting if you could, just in case we ever go public with
Hope
this
we don't
thing.
get audited.
It's got to be a sport where there isn't defense. That's from Steven Time.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That's all you're going to give him?
Well, I don't know. I still think it's football. Just because there's if you're an offensive lineman, obviously there's skill and technique, but a lot less than tennis or golf.
If you're big and strong and fast and somewhat coordinated, there's a chance you could get by.
Right.
In the short term.
That's what
How about this one? Bowling.
I thought about that.
No. I think incredible bowlers. I'm talking about like
Marshall Holman.
Yeah. Marshall Holman.
That ended the argument, just saying his name?
I'm saying if you were to take the average person at Olivet Lanes on a given night compared to a pro bowler, it's a massive discrepancy.
But if you're talking average anything, you got no shot.
Yeah, amateur.
If
you
you're
get
talking
the best
someone,
of amateurs,
someone who plays a lot, a weekend warrior type.
Bowling might be a good. Because it's not like you're going to be under at a stadium bowling now.
No, but it's possible to just be a part-time bowler and still bowl a perfect game.
Mookie Betts is really a good bowler. He's like an incredible bowler.
He is.
And a great golfer, too.
Sometimes I think these guys are good athletes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
If we took the 4 of us at Martin and played the Chicago Sky, how would we fare?
We'd lose.
Badly?
I don't know. I don't.
You don't want to get into that, do you?
Leave that for Outkick.
Okay.
Leave that for Outkick.
A WNBA team?
Yeah.
Oh, our group, they'd kill us.
Yeah.
You ever seen me post up?
Yeah. So they'd kill us.
Yeah.
I could barely run up and down a court.
Yeah.
And you think we're going to keep up with 22-year-old female athletes?
Yeah, but have you seen Tim?
I have.
Well, is Tim going to be in the post?
Yeah, I'm down on the block.
Okay. 4 out. Let Tim cook.
Mouse in the house.
You would be the mouse, unfortunately. It's not usually the case when it's on the other end.
Now, if you're talking like a good men's high school team,
yeah, that's different.
That would be a good game.
Yeah, that would be different.
But the group we have assembled here, no.
I almost played a minute of organized basketball growing up. Didn't quite do it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Not 1 minute of basketball.
Basketball is not the answer to my question for sure.
The average casual golfer shoots 100 plus on easy golf courses. Jackson is correct. It is definitely football. That's from Little Piddle's 7-iron.
The scratch high school one, though, puts me in an awkward... Because you're right, Oakmont isn't crazy long. That's why I'm saying it depends on the length.
But again, the issue this week, for those who will watch the U.S. Open... I was watching a couple of guys out there yesterday, and they would drop the ball, and they couldn't find it in the rough.
Literally dropping it.
Watching Tyrrell Hatton, who doesn't deal with adversity particularly well.
No.
And he couldn't find a ball that he just dropped. And even though he had dropped it and wasn't playing it, he was getting angry. Yeah, so I think these guys now have had a chance to play a practice round. That course was built to be the hardest course in the world. Now they've grown it out. And the USGA is like, let's see somebody shoot under par. Plus, at the moment anyway, there isn't rain in the forecast. So the greens are running at a 14 plus on the stimp meter. And then the rough is 5 inches deep and thick. So
best of luck stopping a ball.
I don't know if this will lead to like a Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau showdown, or will it welcome in
randomness?
A random, yeah. And I'm looking forward to watching it. Scheffler is the shortest odds favorite to win a major since Tiger Woods at the 2009 PGA Championship. He is plus 275. You don't even get 3-1 on your money.
If the rough is 5 inches deep, I would imagine there'd be a lot of guys hitting 3 woods or even an iron off the tees just to stay out of the rough.
They have a 298-yard par 3.
Doug, you got a club for that?
I don't have a club for any distance.
298. God bless America.
Golf doesn't matter. The talent only matters if you have money, Jackson. That's from the 618.
That's a terrible take. DJ won in 16, right, at Oakmont?
He did. Angel Cabrera in 2007, Ernie Els in 1994.
Yeah, which is weird because like DJ, obviously a bomber, winning at a course doesn't actually need bombing. Because he was 2016, he was also.
Well, they've torn all the trees down.
Right. I did watch a really cool video about that the other day, and how they just said that the more they took the trees away, the more beautiful the course got. And I have to agree.
So it's a different golf course now. But 5-inch rough, so accuracy will be at a premium this week. All right, Doug, here we go. 4 tickets, Cardinals, Blue Jays, Ryan Helsley's revenge game tonight. And producer Joe is making it possible, plus a parking pass from Easy Passes and Section 137 tickets. That's the prize. Jackson, I guess you'll coordinate this with,
with
the delightful producer Joe.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to these emails. Big prize here coming up for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Hey, 618, you have no money, so shut up. Plus, the smoke break is over at the steel mill. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, and he's going after the 618. He's turned his attention from Mr. Licks to, he says the 618's at a steel mill, and he should be back at
Grand
work.
City, I guess. Place is still open, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's an unfortunate new rivalry, the 618 and the Warson Woods Wacko. I wonder where Mr. Licks will side on this one. This will be a tough one. Guys, when's the TMA basketball tournament? I'm trying to have Doug post in the paint in those tight khakis, boy. How you doing? That's from Little Beer Cats. And Doug, that's a 20-year-old boy flirting with you.
I won't be posting.
3-on-3 tournament would be fun.
Yeah, could we do like a TMA hoop it up kind of thing down under the arch?
That'd be fun.
I think that's it.
That'd be fun. A little 3-on-3 tournament.
Do it at St. Gabriel's.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we know that we're going to win.
2 courts at once. Fungo refereeing both games simultaneously.
Cal Kennedy's my coach.
All right. Yeah,
All
that would actually be
we
really
got a lot of
fun.
things going on here with this thing. Hey, 100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor, and 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. I know the deal. I don't want to go to the dentist. I don't have dental insurance. It's a pain. No. Number one, if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work at 100 West Dental for those who do not have dental insurance. And secondarily, I think because dental insurance and health insurance overall are separated, people think that they are separated from your health, but that is not the case. Poor dental health can impact the rest of your body's health, so you got to get checked up. Just get checked up at 100 West Dental. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental with Dr. Brandon Pryor. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Give them my name, $1,000 off Invisalign, 100westdental.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day next with 4 Cardinal field box seats on the line and a parking pass. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action tonight following the loss last evening. That's going to be a 6:45 first pitch against the Blue Jays. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. And we have a big Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day today with 4 Cardinal tickets on the line for tonight's game, Section 137, and a parking pass, courtesy of our former producer on the program from 2004 to 2013, the great producer Joe. And, boy, because of this prize, Chairman, it looks like every time I was reading an email, my notification went off because a new email came in. How was the filtering process?
Tedious. Lots of emails today.
File?
Some long ones, so I had some reading to do,
cut
Doug.
them. Cut them.
And they get cut?
I mean, it depends on the hilarity of it all.
Okay, just a few sentences is fine.
Yeah. Brevity is a friend of mine.
It is. It is, especially on a heavy day.
Oh, you're going to love this one. Dope it up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, this is the first email. It's just a picture. It comes from Mr. Licks, and it's Dustin Johnson and I gather Paulina Gretzky.
Oh, I gather it is, yeah.
That's all the email
That's his
is.
email.
It's the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Who wrote that number?
Mr. Licks.
Mr. Licks with a poor email. Very poor.
The boys of summer put on their pads and went to work. The freshman football team was out on the field, and a sense of wonder and excitement were in the air. This was a place to make friends and compete with your peers. A little tyke who stood about 4'7", weighing 85 pounds, took the field. His helmet fit loosely, and his shoulder pads went halfway over his head. He had his dad's shoes on, and his mom made him a little name tag that said, "Hi, want to be friends?" They put him at middle linebacker. First play of the scrimmage, the All-State running back came blasting through the O-line. Only a prayer between the little guy and a freight train. That tiny little middle linebacker got hit so hard he crapped the left guard's pants. The coach came up to him and said, "Son, I know this is a no-cut sport, but have you thought about cross-country?" The very little tiny guy looked up with tears in his eyes and said, "Run it again," as he shuffled his feet back into position. The coach looked up in disbelief and said, "Son, you got the heart of a lion. Get back out there, boy." With a look of pure desire, that little middle linebacker got hit again so hard his ancestors felt it. But he got back up. He kept getting back up. And that small, tiny middle linebacker's name? Ray Lewis. Just proves Tim is the best and his coach was wrong. That's from Coach Cucky.
Happy YouTube chat.
Coach Cucky.
He DBAs his happy YouTube chat?
I'm asking the YouTube chat if they're happy.
Oh.
The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is not happy with your filtering?
They haven't been lately.
Top of the morning to you, lads. Doug, get that little mallet ready because as the former meteorologist but always great Kent Earhart may once have said, that Tim McKernan is going places. It's doubtful he may also have
Proofread before you hit send.
It's doubtful he may also have said, "Doug, there's a warm front in my pant and I'll need you to cool it."
Well, at least it was leading up to that.
Oh, gosh.
Guys, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I need these tickets. I have yet to get to a game this season, and this uppity Bluebird bunch has me hot and bothered. Something awful. I would need somebody to bring me the tickets and the parking pass if that is also possible. Also, if possible, drive me downtown and buy my helmet nachos, bratwurst, and 48-ounce Diet Pepsi. Got to make sure it's a diet because I'm trying to lose weight. I want to be nice and slim like Tim. Remember, teacher says every time Doug's gong rings, Chairman Kurt's pants. Nope. That's from the Sexy Robot.
Oh, nice. Sexy Robot.
I was podcasting the show from yesterday and heard Martin wanted to hear from a former winner of the Show Me's Wing and Fry Party. That's right. If you used to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, circa like 2010, you would get a wing and fry party for an hour for you and 19 of your friends.
I did a couple of those.
You did them?
Yeah.
So you can speak to it.
Absolutely.
That really happened.
Absolutely.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, bottomless wings and curlies.
Oh, for an hour?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think the two I went to was just me and one other person, so
really?
I couldn't gather 18 other people.
Sigh of breath of relief.
Here's another first-hand anecdote. It's the year of our Lord, 2009. My brother and I had an internship together where we would listen to the show all morning and write in for email of the day. We were lucky enough to win on an email straightening out a story the Cat was telling about Frank Robinson hitting a home run that went through the pitcher's legs. This was, in fact, from the book version of The Natural, and Roy Hobbs was the hitter. Anyways, we brought 10 of our huskiest friends to the landing and sat on the Show Me's patio watching the lights of the Becky Thatcher glisten off that delicate wave of the mighty Mississippi. The smell of mud and fish carcasses from the receding floodwaters enhanced the taste of the 300 wings and 24 baskets of fries.
Do some damage in an hour.
That we consumed that day, with our bulkiest friend putting away 48 wings by himself. Doug, 48 wings.
That's a lot of wings. A lot of chicken. A lot of chicken.
Going into some sort of shock.
Thanks for the trip down memory lane, boys, and stay cute. That's from the Esteban Yan Donut Maker.
Esteban Yan Donut Maker. He's new.
Happy Tuesday, lads. Hot take of the day. Alice the Maid and Sam the Butcher were each other's beards. That's the quality content we're looking for here. Just like when Mr. Hill walks down the stairs from Melville's restaurant to argue with Sam Malone. I'd love to walk down the stairs of Busch Stadium with Vinny Jr. and Vito to kick someone out of Prod Joe's seats. The best advice that was given on Cheers was when Coach warned Sammy about the DMV, saying it was just a front for people stealing human organs. Mount Rushmore of sitcom TV dads. Danny Tanner, Dr. Jason Seaver, Carl Winslow, and Tim Taylor. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Schrodinger's cat. Parasocial relationships, trick-or-treating, creating good public speakers. I can draw an outline of the United States and know all the state capitals from memory. Why does your lead producer sound like a cardigan-wearing adjunct professor at a small liberal arts school who shows up to a student party trying to talk the pants off his female psych students? That's from Don't Think, Just Twink, who took Wet Pink.
Who took Wet Pink?
Off.
So full-throated.
Morning, boys, and a very special good morning to you, Douglas Vaughn. I'm a first-time emailer and a common texter whose alter ego is often shattered when I fail to hear the beautiful voice of Tim McKernan reading my text over the air, but I digress. Dougie boy, I heard through the grapevine that there may be a Polaroid photo of you topless at a Cardinal game from sometime circa 1950 on the market. 1950. Let me be clear. I will pay top dollar for that sweet nectar. If I like what I see, we can slow dance to We Are Mizzou music video in the Arnold Denny's handicap stall after we guzzle down some grand slams. I look forward to hearing your reply on this once-in-a-lifetime offer. And switching gears now, I have a message for all the Libby Jack haters. You fools wouldn't know good production if it hit you in the back of the throat. While you are sitting in a cubicle stuffing your face with Red Dye 40, Jackie Papers is busy producing the best morning radio show in the country. Lay off, Jackson, or we can meet up behind Larry Flint's Hustler Club and settle our differences like men. That's from the Butt Plug Bandit from Washington, Missouri.
Butt Plug Bandit, Washington, Missouri.
And finally, morning boys, yesterday I helped solve Tim's camera issue. Today I hope to solve some bad take issues. Jackson's hate on streaming services dropping a whole season at once should be shot into the sun. Hey, Schrodinger boy, it's called freedom. My eyeballs, my choice. Here's a thought experiment for you. Those of us with an ugly wife, kids in sports, and a fat dog with cancer only have so many evenings to dedicate to TV viewing. You trying to tell me you'd rather watch Queer Eye Brazil one week at a time, guy? And did Radioactive Doug really claim music isn't good unless there are lyrics he can sing along to? Well, go F yourselves, Beethoven, Mozart, Tchaikovsky. Vaughn thinks your symphonies are trash. Whether I get to join them or not, I hope all the Walruses enjoy themselves at tonight's game. Hashtag Tusks Up. That's from the D-Gen from Jeffco. What do you got?
I liked Sexy Robot because he didn't want to sugarcoat it. He really needed the tickets, but he eliminated too much. I'm going with Who Took Wet Pink?
I like the walk down memory lane with Esteban Yan Donut Maker.
I like the Sexy Robot.
The Sexy Robot is one. The designer,
Damn it,
cool
Lucas.
email today. We got to go. Bye.